It's Wednesday, May 6, 2026. We're here for the Franklin County Commissioners meeting. I will now call the meeting to order and ask that you join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Adoption of current agenda. Is there any additions or corrections?
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of the agenda as presented.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Public comment. Is there anyone in the room for public comment this morning? If so, please come forward, state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
I don't need 3 minutes, just a couple. Just from what I understand of the situation, I don't think I have a whole 360 of it, but just being in the area and living in the area, my concern would be the impact to groundwater. My concern is an organization of this size, on that size of a footprint, never works out well. That's all.
Yeah.
Good morning, Commissioners. Michelle Andrews. So we have made progress in the sheriff's issue. We do have injunctions on both suits. However, the job is not done. There needs to be an alignment of county officials who have all taken the same oath of office to uphold the Constitution. There are 28 to 32 counties that have withstood all the way through COVID and continuously supported that. And when you don't have a majority in the legislature, the counties do have power to push back. And when the Constitution is at risk, losing our sheriffs, we pretty much lose everything. And I guess it has to hurt that much for us to act. But we are calling county officials, sheriffs, county commissioners, and prosecutors who uphold their oath to defend the Constitution, to stand up and join by letter or literally that suit, because it is a right and just suit. And when the people speak, when they link shields in a majority of counties, it does have an effect, and it is what the people want, even if I'm just one person that's saying it out loud. I'm going to segue to the Snake River dams. They will be at risk again. The opportunity for the God Squad was really quite ideal in 2018. And now the approach is to try to save the bottom 2 dams and let the top 2 go. I can tell you there were flaws in the 2014 biological opinion when the judge ordered the Fish Passage Center, who oversees the technical management team, which operates those federal waters, to move the juvenile fish. It was a low-flow, high-temperature year, and to listen to NOAA. They were supposed to move 40 to 60% of those juvenile fish. They ended up moving 13%. And they didn't move them in March when it was they were being boiled alive in the waters. They moved them in May. That was a violation of the judge's own orders. And they didn't listen to NOAA, who made that recommendation. There was an investigation done, and it came down to one meeting with the Fish Passage Center and the technical management team. The Fish Passage Center is run by our native governments. They are socialist, and now we're facing water rights like you wouldn't believe. And I would love to take more time, but I know my time is running out. I have significant documents on what it would take to call for the God Squad. It would be a governor at this point, probably Idaho. He almost did it before because we went and visited him. As a citizen, I went with a contingency of other people to Washington, D.C. and spoke. And you don't get into the Department of Interior and to Todd Willens and those kind of people under Zinke if you have nothing there to be for, and they told us we were on the right track. That window is much more difficult, much more hard hill to climb. But there is a way. If the judge did not enforce his own laws, you have an opening. Thank you.
Anyone else in the room for public comment?
Sorry, I didn't state my name. Troy Withers, and just a local resident.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone on the phone? Okay, hearing, seeing none. Moving on to approval of consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of consent agenda items 1 through 9 as presented.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. Regular business. Mr. Danzel, proclamation declaring May 2026 as ALS Awareness Month.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. With this proclamation, we turn our attention to a cause that demands our collective strength, empathy, and advocacy. May is officially recognized as the ALS Awareness Month, a time dedicated to shining a light on ALS, also known as Lou Gehrig's disease. This condition remains a relentless challenge for those diagnosed and a profound journey for the families and caregivers who stand tirelessly by their side. In our own county, we see the incredible courage of those living with ALS, a resilience that echoes the strength of Lou Gehrig himself. Our goal this month is to amplify the voices of those affected and to emphasize the urgent need for continued research, improved access to care, and ultimately a cure. By raising awareness today, we ensure that no neighbor faces this battle in the shadows. It is now it was my recommendation that you pass the ALS Awareness Month.
Thank you. With that, I'll entertain a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we approve this declaration declaring May 2026 as ALS Awareness Month. And with your permission, I'd like to make a few comments.
Yes, please do.
I second.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I watched my sister pass away from this horrible disease. It's a fairly silent killer. It can come on really fast. And to watch a 39-year-old mother tell her 2-year-old daughter that mama's got to go, it's pretty hard. There's other things that you can see, broken leg, broken arm. There's conditions that you can see that you can do things about. And ALS is a horrible, terrible disease, similar to cancer, where that there's little that can be done. There is a lot of work being done on it. They are making progress, but I'm thankful that we're passing this today and that we can bring additional awareness to it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Pardon me? Okay. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor of proclamation declaring ALS Awareness Month signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Proclamation declaring May 2026 as Older Americans Month, presented by Brian Danzel, County Administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. It is a privilege today to introduce a measure recognizing a vital segment of our community's fabric. Every May, our nation pauses to celebrate Older Americans Month, a tradition that allows us to honor the wisdom, resilience, and ongoing contributions of our older residents. These individuals are more than just our neighbors. They are the volunteers, the mentors, and the leaders who have spent decades building the community we enjoy today. This year's theme, quote, champion your health, unquote, serves as a powerful reminder that aging is not a period of slowing, but an opportunity to thrive. By prioritizing wellness, social connection, and self-advocacy, our older adults continue to lead vibrant, impactful lives. As a county, we remain committed to ensuring they have the resources and support necessary to age with dignity and independence. And it's my recommendation that we pass this, and there's someone here actually, I believe, to receive that. And it should be on the cover of the binder there.
Cover of the proclamation there.
Okay. So we've had, did someone make a motion on that?
Yeah, we got
Okay.
to.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of declaring May 2026 as Older Americans Month.
I second.
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. And to receive this proclamation, we have Alexa Valesqua. Would you please come forward?
Want to get a picture of Rocky shaking her hand?
Over here.
Resolution 2026-172, authorization for transfer of administration of juvenile detention facility and services to Franklin County Corrections Department and Board of County Commissioners. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I didn't anticipate being here, so my apologies for my lack of a tie.
And good morning. We're just here just in case the board has any questions about this proposed resolution and agreement.
Okay, and just to introduce it, good morning, Board Chair. So this agreement transfers authority over administration of juvenile detention services from the court to the Board of County Commissioners. So there's a resolution and attached agreement. I've reviewed it and approved it as to form.
All right, thank you. Any questions?
Does Mr. Danzel want to say something?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I concur. I would sign, my opinion is to move forward in passing this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would one of you be willing to just kind of describe where we've been, where this will take us to, and kind of for the benefit of the public, give us a kind of an update?
Okay, so currently Benton County is administering juvenile detention services, and that was delegated to them by a tripartite agreement between the courts, Benton County, and our board. And so this agreement would transfer that authority from Benton County to Franklin County's board. It won't take effect until there's a local administrative judicial rule. And that's by statute. So we're just following the statute's procedures for transferring that authority.
And we are prepared to present that rule once the agreement's been signed.
All right. Any other questions?
I have no questions.
And then this will become effective,
June 1 is the anticipated date, ma'am.
yeah. Very good. No further questions. Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of Resolution 2026-172, authorizing for the transfer and administration of juvenile detention facility and services to the Franklin County Corrections Department and the Board of County Commissioners.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Close record appeals and public hearing. Resolution 2026-173. Being closed record.
Is D.
Tab D. Tab D. One more.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
do you think it's proper, since we're getting, and then this is a question, since we have overflow of people, folks that
Thank you.
are here later on could come in, is that all right? Can I ask them?
Please.
I would just ask the question, it looks like that we've got a little bit more than capacity here today. I understand there's a bunch of folks that are also afloat out into the other room. Since we're dealing with the closed record appeal on the White Bluff Dairy, if we could allow for seating for those folks first, and then if you've got a public comment to make afterwards, by all means, please, we'll let you do that. It's just, I feel like that I just got a message from one of our attorneys that there was even folks that were kind of stacked up out there. So I would just ask that question and respectfully. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. We will now open the combined closed record appeals and closed record hearing for White Bluffs Dairy under file numbers Appeal Number 2026-01, Appeal 2026-02, Appeal 2026-03, Appeal 2026-04, Appeal 2026-05, CUP 2025-10, SEPA 2025-18, a request for a conditional use permit for the expansion of an existing 700 cow dairy to a 9,500 cow dairy on approximately 173 acres in an AP-20 zone. Have you had any ex parte communication you need to disclose involving this matter, or any reason to recuse yourself from these hearing proceedings?
I have not.
You?
Have not.
And I have not either. Commissioners, have you reviewed the entire record?
Yes, I have.
I have.
Yes. Are there any questions from the commissioners before we start?
No questions here.
None.
Does any party have any reason to have a commissioner recused from these proceedings?
Ask them to come forward if they do.
Please come forward if you do. Today's hearing process will proceed in the following manner. We will hear from one appellant at a time in which appeals were heard. Each appellant shall present all of the issues that were brought up in their appeal, which they intend to expound upon. Please remember that this is a closed record, and no new information may be presented which is not in the record. We will then move to the applicant or applicant's representative to present their defense. We will move to staff to defend any staff recommendations or the Planning Commission recommendations. Lastly, we will allow each appellant in the order of the appeal to have a summary or touch on any additional information on the record they want the board to know. Does any party have any questions about this process?
Are there any time limits? Public comment at 3 minutes?
No, there's no time limit.
May I add something, Chair, on that? This is closed record, so I don't believe any information outside the record should be presented at the hearing.
All right. Any further questions or concerns? We will now move to Appeal 2026-01 by Roberto Garcilaso.
That's correct, thank you.
All right, thank you. Roberto Garcilaso will make his case.
Thank you for the time, for allowing me to speak in front of you about my concerns about the dairy expansion. And my family and I own a home on Wahluke, which would be surrounded on 3 sides by the dairy expansion. So we have concerns, and our concerns we feel that weren't heard at the appeals hearing. So we move forward with the process, and I'd like to go ahead with the reasons why we appealed. So our family's lives are going to be directly affected, not just daily, but also by night, by what I would call a mega-size industrial dairy. And these upset conditions would be would go beyond what the general public would see on a normal basis. The odor, the noise, the dust, and what I mean by dust is possible manure, vibrations, traffic, interfere with our enjoyment of our property. Our property line is from our house lot, from the corner of our house, sorry, is 88 feet from what would be the existing property line. And our shop is 18 feet from what would be the existing property line to the new dairy. We also have a concern that if there's runoff and animals are allowed to encroach on our house or shop, that runoff is going to go straight through our yard, our front yard, our backyard, our shop, our driveway. And the proposed dairy does not comply with the regulations as brought up by the planning department. It does not separate the current dairies to be further than 2 miles apart. It does not say that they can move or not move their pens from one location to another. So the conditional use permit requirements and dairy separation standards have not been properly addressed. And at the planning meeting, there was time where the planning department had time to say, we measured from this location to this location, and it was such miles, therefore it is permissible. They didn't respond, and there was question as to, it was brought up specifically that there wasn't 2 mile separation. There was no comment on, it was a straight line from point A to point B, and it was 2 miles. There wasn't comment where if you travel the property, the roadway, it's whatever distance from point A to point B. So I don't think adequate consideration or even a measurement of the existing dairy to the new dairy was even considered. Now, the county, the planning department claims that the operation, and I quote, will not be more objectionable than other uses if mitigated. And I want to bring up the point that will not and if mitigated are capitalized. We brought up those concerns and the lack of controls of those concerns. What are the mitigations? What are the controls to this mega-sized dairy that would be put in and built? There was a lack from the proposed submitted dairy, where there was lack of information provided to us, the stakeholders, and the community. The mitigation measures are vaguely defined, and most of them say the state requirement, the standard will adhere to the standard. Well, nobody wants to live to a mega-size industrial dairy, especially where there's no guarantee that animals won't get closer to our property lines, or that there's control of order, that there's minimal things that they can do and should do so that our right to live there, our right to enjoy our land is not affected. And there is a lot of things that they can do. I'm not sure if I'm able to discuss those because they haven't been brought up before. And that's the very fact that they haven't been brought up before. They have our concerns. The owner or the manager has not come to us and said, we know you may have concerns. This is how we're going to mitigate those concerns. So I really think there was a lack of effort there to address our concerns both before the planning and at the appeals. So with those controls and those mitigations not in place, how can we allow such a large dairy to go forward? Because once that dairy starts building, and it would be a lot more difficult to control the animals getting closer to your homes, not being to go outside because there could be animals next door, there could be manure flying in the air, they could be pulling silage to feed their animals, and that does create debris in the air. We feel that the county failed to clarify any concerns that we had. Merely just showed us a list of our concerns and the summary that was presented to the commissioners. But in no way did they address our concerns or provide any relief that this new dairy would be a good business, a good corporate partner, a good neighbor, that our concerns would be addressed either as they were building or before they were building. You know, I'm here, my wife is here because we have a vested interest in the dairy not being built. And our neighbors are here with their family members also. And our time and happiness to appeal and follow this process is definitely worth it. The fact that we would have to sell or continue to live there with these types of conditions without those concerns being forward and talked about and documented so that there isn't any way around those issues is the reason why we ask that you reverse due to non-compliance with separation of the environmental standards and protect the families and residents and community of the largely ignored and missing mitigations and control of a dairy of this size. So we ask that the county's approval for expansion and reconfiguration of the proposed dairy be denied. Thank you. That's all I had to say. If there's any questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
got a question for our director. This process, my understanding is if we have questions for the appellant, that we can interact with them in this process and
Commissioner, this is your hearing. Yes, you have every right to ask questions of the appellants as they go through their testimony.
okay.
Are there any questions for the appellant that just presented?
There is, Mr. Chairman, if that's okay.
Yes, go ahead.
It's Mr. Garcilaso.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. I was trying to write fast as you were sharing some of your concerns, and part of this might be for our director here. One of the first things that you said is this does not comply with the 2-mile zone between dairies. That's probably, Wes, a question for you. Could you speak to that? As I read through this record, that's referenced quite a few different places. Could you speak to that?
Yes. Franklin County Code 1710-020B1A, Dairy Separation Standard. No more than 2 operators greater in size than 1,300 milking cow head count shall be located within the operation's 2-mile buffer. The buffer area shall be a 2-mile radius from each operation's center of primary animal confinement as defined by Franklin County Conservation District. Staff did go ahead and come up with any records we could that shows what dairies there are, and there's one other dairy within the 2-mile radius that exceeds, according to our records, does not exceed the 1,300 according to the conditional use permit that they currently have.
Does not.
Does not.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Garcilaso, excuse me. Several other things that you said here that I wrote down. There's been a lack of effort from the applicant. There's been a lack of communication. Could you speak to that just a little bit further so I can better understand what that looks like? I spent a lot of time reading through this record, and there is an extensive amount of communication and information that is all public record and available to anybody that asks for it. Could you speak to that a little bit more thoroughly, please?
Yes. The owner or the proposed dairy, there are things within the state or the law that just is not documented that good corporations or businesses would do so that the neighbors aren't adversely affected. For example, windbreaks, tree lines. Things of that would prevent us as a family from being able to go outside. There hasn't been that. And so if I was putting in a large dairy, which I have no plans to do, I would make sure that the neighbors that are going to be directly affected, that we're not just going to do the state minimum. We're going to make sure you are not adversely affected by the manure, by the off smells from that sewage. If they're putting in a digester to burn off those gases that are accumulated from the manure, trees that are planted so that there's a windbreak or at least some type of vision control, there isn't. And so because I don't know why I would think that is because of costs. They don't want to be held accountable to the cost, or they just simply don't care about me being their neighbor and our concerns as families having the right to peaceful enjoyment.
Okay, thank you. You also made the statement the county failed to address any of our concerns. Could you speak to that a little further so that I could kind of have a better understanding of the concerns that you reached out to the county with and then their response?
Yeah, so when we went to the hearing, there was a summary, an Excel sheet that said these are their concerns. They read our concerns. They read their planning, part of the planning, but there was no tie-in to our concerns with what the process was going to be moving forward. So our concern was the animals not encroaching closer to our property. That was not brought up. Feces not running into our backyard. There was no conversation about how they were going to prevent that from happening.
Okay. Another statement that you made is our concerns were not addressed and were ignored. Did you ask some of these questions that our staff here at the county just ignored and didn't address?
Yeah. So when I brought up the 2 mile radius, there was no other statement by the planning department to say we measured from this spot to this spot, and so that the fact that they're saying that there is that is new evidence. That does not allow me to go in there and to go to Google Maps or to get a surveyor to say it is from this point to this point 2 miles. It also doesn't guarantee that they cannot move pens after they've built their operations. What's going to prevent them from moving pens closer to that 2 mile buffer? There's nothing there.
Yeah, my understanding, based on what our director indicated, was from center of operation to center of operation. So
I still believe that is not a 2 mile radius. What center are they using? Why wasn't that information presented to us so we could defend against it?
Sure.
If I could add something, Commissioner, on the 2 mile radius issue, I do see on the Davidson appeal, which is Appeal 2026-02, that there's a conditional use permit. Was that part of the appeal, Mr. McCart?
That was brought up, yes.
It was
in the
brought up. So
record.
how was that put into the record? Was it at the planning commission? The conditional use permit?
It was noted that it was in the record, yes.
So it was in the record?
Yes.
Okay, because looking at that permit, it does state that there would be 600 dairy cows up to a maximum of 1,000. So it does, look like it's less than the 1,300 that would trigger that 2-mile requirement.
That's correct. And we pull all the conditional use permits to see if there are any large dairies within the radius.
And Mr. Chairman, just for clarity, that is the hurdle that we got to get to is 1,300 cattle in order for this 2-mile to be active, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcilaso. Mr. Chairman, that's all the questions I have at this moment.
Yeah. We will now move to Appeal 2026-02 by Jerome Davidson.
Thank you, Commissioners, for hearing me today. So I'm Jerome Davidson. I represent the Davidson Brothers Dairy. To be clear, I'm pro-dairy, and I'm supportive of another dairy expanding in the area, although just not at that specific location. I believe it creates more challenges for existing businesses than necessary, and that includes us being one of them. I work on the dairy farm, and I'm part of the next generation to run the farm, and so I have an interest in the future of our dairy there, especially since my wife and I have been blessed with all boys, and so it'd be nice to have them continue, have the opportunity to continue there. Having a large dairy so close to our operation would cause challenges for us. It would put a strain naturally on competition for local resources, and naturally that's not a bad thing. I don't see competition as negative. It's good for the farmer. However, if we're not allowed to increase in size to be able to compete effectively, it essentially spells the end for our operation. Just because we wouldn't be able to compete with such a large dairy, and as we were understanding the separation standard, as I understood it, you couldn't have two dairies under over 1,300 cows, and I wasn't aware we even had a CUP. We're operating over 1,300 cows right now, and so I'm not sure if that was done so long ago, just over incremental growth over 30 years. We're about at 1,300 cows, a little over that. So in this expansion that they're building, they're essentially building a whole new facility. And if we could determine an alternate location for that facility, even a mile down the road, that would remove a lot of the negative impacts that this facility would have. It wouldn't remove them completely, but it would really minimize them. And it would also create a lot less headaches in the future. And that's speaking as a dairy farmer who knows the industry and then also understands the importance of having good relationships with your neighbors. And going in this way, as it's been done, doesn't create that good relationship, and it will cause challenges down the road for years and years. So in my opinion, when if a dairy farmer is going to expand in the area, I am great. Anything to help that plant do good, right? I mean, we need more cows in Franklin County. That's my opinion. But just right there is not the right place. There's several other challenges with slope, with drainage that it's just not quite the right place. If you're going to build a new facility, let's put it in a place where they can be successful for the long term. And so just because of that, I request that this permit as it stands be denied, and let's go back to the drawing table. Let's talk about a place where it'll be good for the community and good for the dairyman and good for the landowner. And so that's what I have. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Davidson, have you read through the 6 findings of facts and the 30 conditions of approval?
Yes.
And if those are met to the letter, would that alleviate your concern for the most part. As I read through the various different appeals and the information that was provided to us here in the record, what you just described won't happen if the mitigation measures are met as required. Would the mitigation measures being met to the letter alleviate your concern?
With regards to our operation and being capped in size, or with regards to maybe the environmental concerns of
The
the
environmental
neighboring
concerns and all of the surrounding, of an operation of that size.
So you've got this is again my opinion, but you've got the following the standards as set by the state will mitigate most of the concerns, not all the concerns, but it'll mitigate most of the concerns. But mitigate doesn't mean that there is no effect. Essentially they say because it's an agricultural use area, if you follow these rules, then it's allowed. Okay, the offensive smell, the other challenges, they're allowed. Because having a dairy it's not nice always to live next to a dairy. So if they follow all the mitigation measures, yes, in many cases it will be okay, but in others there's still a challenge. There's still pressure on businesses. There's still an effect there, and so that is one of the challenges. Will it be mitigated? Yes, but will it still be there? Yes, it will be. And some of the potential for challenges in the future could be completely removed by moving that dairy to a place that's not next to orchards. Right now, that drainage moves into an orchard, and that water is used for irrigation on that cherry orchard. If you can go to a place where the drainage is not used for anything, I mean, that is way better. The dust that can blow onto those sweet cherries. Can you mitigate that? You can try. You can try to do that. But there are just some challenges that having an orchard and a dairy right next to each other. And so that is how I see it. If you could find a couple pivots away, I mean, you would remove a good chunk of these challenges. There's still the challenge with traffic. There'll be challenges with noise, lights. They will still be there. But you could remove some of the really big ones by just location.
Thank you. That's helpful. Wes, I'm not sure quite how to ask this question, but do you know the distance between center of operation to center of operation of these two dairies, Mr. Davidson's dairy and the proposed?
I know it's less than 2 miles. I don't have the exact measurement, no.
Okay. I
could look in the record and see if I can find it, but.
Yeah, okay. I can't think of any more questions at the moment. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. We will now move to Appeal 2026-03 by Jeff Hawkins. Jeff Hawkins will make his case. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Excuse me. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I do want to second what Robert and Jerem said, and I want to go on the public record that I'm very opposed to this, but I do not have any enemies. I've lived next to Mike and Erica for my whole life. I was born and raised on Buffalo Road. I've lived in other states and around the world, and I chose to move back to this very spot because I love it. My blood and sweat is in this land. I brought my family because this is a multi-generational impact on me and my ability to make a livelihood as a cherry farmer, on the enjoyment of our land. This was more important for my kids to be here than be in school because this goes in and it is a multi-generational impact. So this is very important to me. But again, I want to go on record. Mike and Eric are dear friends of mine. I've been the benefit of their generosity and their great neighbors. And so I have no enemies here. But I am very opposed to this. And you asked a lot of questions, Chairman Bauman, that I wanted to answer as well, because I do feel like the process leading up to this was very inadequate. I feel like lots of things were dismissed rather than being addressed, and so I want to share some of those today. So, starting back, I first heard about this when I got a letter in the mail, said, hey, this is, proposed, we respond. So I wrote a letter on November 28th. The letter got somewhere, but nothing came back to me other than, hey, there's going to be another chance for comment. So I wrote another letter on January 26th, reiterating the same things because I hadn't heard anything back. Then there was a hearing with the Planning Commission on February 3rd. In that hearing, we all presented lots of concerns. Everybody there, except for the applicant's paid representative and the landowners, was opposed to that. So it was very much overwhelmingly opposed to that. And to summarize what happened is the concerns were dismissed, not addressed. And up to that point, I thought, all right, I've written 2 letters, I've vocally and orally shared my concerns, and nothing had been shared back of, hey, how are we going to mitigate these? Or yes, I'm confirming, hey, these are real concerns that impact your ability to raise good fruit and to enjoy the property owned. So, yeah, I guess that's a summary of how I felt the process has got to this point, which made it worth my $200 to file an appeal and miss work so I could come here and do this again. So a lot of it has been discussed. I don't necessarily want to go over everything, but I'm an orchard farmer. I farm half a mile away from where this proposed expansion would be. I also represent lots of my neighbors who asked me to publicly state their names as opposition to this. The Zinks, the Schwindemans, the Hokinsons. So there's more people than what you see here that are opposed to this. And at the same time, I also want to reiterate what Jeremy said. I'm not anti-ag. I'm not anti-dairy. I'm not asking for the existing dairy to be removed, right? They were there first. I bought my house knowing that dairy was there, so that's fine. I have no complaints about that existing dairy continuing to operate. That was there first. But an expansion of this magnitude of 13.5 times is unprecedented. There's a reason that all the dairies of this size exist on the other side of 395 in our county. That's where they belong, not next to neighborhoods, not next to orchards, especially when there's been little interest in showing genuine effort to even try and mitigate any of these things. So, Clint, you're a hay farmer, right? I don't know what your occupations are. I've never met you before, but right, there's risk in everything. You choose to grow hay here, I assume still, even though it rains sometimes, right? That's a risk that you have. Well, I choose to farm cherries here knowing there's a dairy right now, and there's already adverse effects in an orchard from a dairy. As I was driving out of my driveway, tons of starlings were flying around. Starlings are death on orchards. I can deal with that at the current levels, right? We use propane shotguns and we use, visual methods to keep birds away. Anytime you increase a negative impact like that by 13.5 times, it's absurd. That'll sink a ship. I mean, it's one thing to expand a dairy, or you could say, hey, I'm going to put 13 more dairies within a mile of your operation. I mean, that's the magnitude that we're talking here, which that's extreme. So back to your farming hay. I mean, if all of a sudden it rained 13 times more a year, that's hard for you to mitigate. That's what I'm looking at. If there is insect pressure and fly pressure, bird pressure 13.5 more times, that's impossible to mitigate without there being extreme negative impacts to me. So I guess back to the Planning Commission. I mean, my remarks to you today is I stand in opposition. I believe the Planning Commission did a disservice and was irresponsible in voting to approve this recommendation. There was one commissioner the Planning Commission, who did hear all the concerns, and he was very vocal and said, it is irresponsible of us to move forward voting on this. We have not addressed these concerns. Unfortunately, he was the only one. But to get to this point, it was not fully vetted. I guess maybe another example I was thinking about is, there is no way to keep birds and insects and flies inside the property lines of that dairy. There's already adverse impacts. There will be more. It would be akin to if I wanted to start raising wolves on my property or dogs, and I'm going to say, hey, they'll stay on my property because that's where I'm going to feed them. But if they get out, I mean, they're out, right? And if the dairy doesn't want to be bothered by my dogs and my wolves, well, they can build the fence or they can do this. The burden to protect those should be on me, not on the dairy, who would suffer the adverse effects of me deciding to raise dogs or wolves or whatever that may be. So to get into some of the comments, I guess maybe one specific example, you asked Robert about concerns that were ignored. In that hearing, I was the first person to bring up specific birds and insects. And again, I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus, but I'm stating it was not fully vetted. The county's response to that was, well, we called Fish and Game, but no one called us back. Okay, I mean, I appreciate the effort, but that's not vetting a concern. I mean, I wouldn't have anything in my life if I called once or even a couple times and no one called me back. I wouldn't be married to my wife. I wouldn't have a bit, I wouldn't anything. I mean, it takes effort to do that. So that was one clear evidence where I thought, okay, they did hear my concern in the letter, but the answer was, hey, we called Fish and Game and no one called us back. The Fish and Game specifically states, I mean, I've studied their website, what the options are to keep birds away, and it specifically states remove feed. It says do not let spilled grain be on the ground. Do all these things. Well, that's exactly what a dairy brings. It brings a 24/7 all-you-can-eat buffet to thousands of starlings. Those starlings don't stay on the dairy. They come over and eat my cherries. I am stuck with that happening. Same thing with flies. Flies land on manure. Ohio State has research that says flies from dairies go up to half a mile to 2 mile radius. I'm half a mile away. You'll have flies hopping manure piles, and they are on my orchard. They're on Washington Fruits Orchard right next door. They're on the Rolling Hawkins Fruit Farm. These risks exist today. It is a problem today. I deal with it today. I'm comfortable with that because it existed before. That precedent was set. To go 13 and a half times this size, to go from 700 to 9,500, reckless, irresponsible. Again, I'm not anti-dairy. I'm not, I appreciate everyone's right to do agricultural activities on their farm. But that right ends when it has extreme negative impacts on somebody else. And so those are the concerns that I do not feel the Planning Commission heard or addressed. I would take issue at their recommendation to you because I do not feel like any of those were addressed. Let's see. We've talked about birds. Talked about flies. Those are, I guess I'm going to compartmentalize, right, as an orchardist, those are the two very negative impacts cannot be, well, there's been nothing to me that says, hey, we can, mitigate that for you. Traffic is another big one. So, there was a traffic study and they say, hey, we're going to update this, this part of the road. Well, that's great, but not everything comes from that road, right? I watched as manure trucks came right in front of my house this last winter spreading. The amount of traffic that's going to flow on Buffalo Road, right? Not every truck is going to take the route that was said there. Most of them won't. Well, I shouldn't say most, but there will be plenty that don't, right? That traffic will flow right down the ditch right in front of my house. The scope which was looked at assumes one thing, and I'm here to tell you that assumption will not be reality, and that needs to be looked at. So whether it's the dust that comes cascading over and the impact of manure on fruit and orchard, and again, just the quality of life things that Robert talked about, right? Nobody wants a dairy of this size in their operation. I get that alone, right? We live in an agricultural county, but of this magnitude without any impact is irresponsible. It's very easy to vote a large dairy to be in someone else's backyard, right? It's easy. But when it's impacting us, you notice that people are here. This is real. This is multi-generational impact. I want my kids to be able to buy my house and live there and enjoy it. I want them to build a house on the other plot that I own. This is home for us, and this changes for us. And I guess as I tried to turn the mirror on myself, I looked at my own farming operation, and I thought, all right, the other morning I was spraying at 3 a.m. and I thought my neighbor Shannon Zink probably didn't appreciate that, right? I had to do it, and when it's harvest time, I run a propane cannon, and that's a nuisance. I realize that I contribute to my neighbor's discomfort, but that's seasonal. It's, I spray in the morning twice a year. I have to run a propane cannon to scare birds off for a couple weeks out of the year. I want to highlight that this impact is 24/7, 365, and generational. It never goes away. There's no clawing this back. some of the other appellants, we all have our different reasons, but the water impact on this is huge. There is no whoopsie, oops, we thought this would be mitigated, but there's no whoopsie. If all of a sudden our groundwater is contaminated, there's no going back on that. If the water that's used to irrigate, there is no going back on that. So again, the process lead up to this, I feel like, has been inadequate, has not addressed all of these concerns. And I appreciate you hearing my comments and hope, I hope you have lots of questions for me. That concludes my remarks.
Questions?
Jeff, I do. I have a couple. You made a comment that traffic, that they're going to do these improvements on these roadways. If they do the improvement on the roadways and they travel on those roadways only, then they're meeting it. But if they take other alternative routes, even to go get feed, then they're not complying with that.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's roads 4 different directions from that dairy, and I watched manure truck after manure truck come right down the ditch bank, turn in front of my house and go, right? That's not part of any of the
Another
stuff.
question I have for you is this, if this dairy was to get away from the shock and awe of 9,500 cattle, because honestly that is shock and awe. I mean, that is just alarming that we're going to bring this type of magnitude in there with another dairy that is now, told us that they have
already over.
They're at 1,300. Okay, so would you be willing to take a lesser number of head and try to see if it's workable in the neighborhood before we go to a 9,500 head dairy?
Yes, I mean, I think in the agricultural, county we live in, people have the right to expand, whether it's Davidson Brothers, whether it's them. And so, yeah, to go from 700, I mean, even you talk about double, I mean, if you double the size of your farm, that's massive, right? I mean,
I can't afford it. That's too high priced land.
Right, but I mean, so you go from, all right, we're going to go from 700 cows to 1,500. I mean, do I want it? No. Does it still bring more adverse effects to me? Yes, it does, right? There's no way that I am benefited by any of that. Any expansion is negative to me. But I also realize property rights and things, and so, yeah, I don't feel like I would have a strong case to say, hey, you can't increase from 700 cows to 1,400 cows, right? Is it good for me? Do I want it? No, but, the reasonable thing would probably, that would stand.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Hawkins, for quite a few of your different thoughtful things. As I was reading your appeal, and I'll just read this out loud. One of the things in your appeal, it says, I request that Franklin County and the applicant ensure enforceable mitigation measures are implemented to address these impacts. If impacts cannot be mitigated, to maintain current conditions. The expansion should be located elsewhere. So I would have a similar question for you as I did for Mr. Garcilaso, is if the 30 conditions are mitigated to the letter, would you be in favor of it?
No, because I don't believe those conditions are adequate.
That's not really my question. Oh. If it's enforced, if it happens to the letter, then could you be supportive of it?
So
for instance, Mr. Didier said, if they followed the road, if they improved the road and they followed the road, if that happens to the letter, could you be behind it?
Great question. So there has been, this was brought up by Robert, the bold print says if mitigated multiple times, and if proved, there has been nothing provided to me that says what that's going to be. So I guess there's not been any detail to give me comfort in trusting any kind of plan that I would not experience negative impacts, right? The traffic's one thing, but birds, flies, anything else, I mean, I guess the answer is no, I don't believe those are adequate because I do not think there's a way to address that.
Okay, thank you. Another thing I wrote down here that you said is any attempt to address or mitigate. There's a process that our staff is required to go through as far as communicating, as far as, going through a process. Do you feel like that there's any part of that? Because you're the third one up here and the third one in a row that has said that the staff at the county has done an inadequate job of addressing concerns. Do you feel like that they haven't followed a process, or that there's process that we should have that we don't?
Yeah, so this is the first time I've been involved in this, so I can't say that I'm an expert. I don't know how this has happened before, but I would have expected, hey, I wrote 2 letters, put all these concerns, and there was no detail provided to me about, hey, we hear these concerns and this is what we're going to do. It's just, hey, there'll be a plan, it'll be approved. So that gives me nothing to trust on, or gives me no comfort to say, hey, yeah, we really value concern. Again, dairies and orchards in Franklin County do not exist next to each other often, especially of this size. Any orchardist that farms near one, we know the negative impacts, that's right. Whoever's there first, that takes precedent. But again, there's a reason that Case Vandermoon built his dairy on the other side of 395. What a wonderful place for a dairy. That's where something like this should go, not negatively impacting everybody that already exists there.
Okay, I do appreciate that, and I might have another question. Wes, I had a couple questions. Mr. Hawkins spoke of a couple of different things and wanted to kind of get your perspective on. So the bird and the flies, I know that there's a nutrient management plan as a part of the requirements, a fly control, some of that kind of stuff. Could you speak to that, what that looks like, and what the one of the requests that Mr. Hawkins made in his is enforceable mitigation measures? Could you speak to kind of those things and how that might work?
So I'll speak just briefly on that, and I think you probably want to bring that question back up to the actual applicant of the when they come up. But we are required to have a odor and fly plan. It is overseen by the Conservation District. These are the folks locally that have the expertise to make sure that those plans are adequately written and served. They are read, most of the time they hire an outside consultant who's an expert in dealing with those to draft those plans. I do know that. Sorry, if there was another question in there, I missed it.
I guess the enforcement of these mitigation measures. So if they don't follow the roads as prescribed and they don't use the all-weather road, and what would that enforcement mechanism look like?
So I'll talk about enforcement in a couple different ways, because you've asked a couple different questions in there. One is the roads. When they put road restrictions on, that's a reason for the traffic impact analysis. We did meet with the applicant and Public Works to come up with an alternative that would work. And they are required to bring several miles of roads up to all-weather roads, because road restrictions go on many years. Most years, road restrictions go on during breakup. There was a desire to make sure that all of the traffic that they would go follow those specific roads. It would be under the Sheriff's Department to enforce those road restrictions. We don't have any enforcement ability other than the Sheriff's Department. If there were a violation, a code enforcement violation under our current code, we try and get voluntary compliance with that. If we don't get voluntary compliance, we turn it over to the prosecutor's office for them to take legal action on. At the moment, there is conversation in the future of changing that to more of a civil penalty, but that's all in draft form at the moment. So right now, we go to the prosecutor's office if we didn't get voluntary compliance. And the third thing I'll mention is the fact that if an applicant is found to not be complying with the mitigation measures put in place by the conditional use permit, we could bring that action to you, and you could pull the conditional use permit, and the operation would have to cease to exist.
To Mr. Hawkins' point on what you just described, 9,500 cows operating on a dairy, pulling a permit is, those cows don't cease to exist, and you can't just turn it off like a faucet. And so maybe Mr. Briggs, could you speak to that, what that might look like through your office?
I don't know, it's pretty hypothetical. I mean, on the one hand, you're violating a conditional use permit, so depending on the nature of that violation, it could be a nuisance, but then our right to farm ordinance says that farming activities are not a nuisance unless there's substantial impact to public health or safety. So you'd have to look at that and determine, is that the case or not, because our own code defines nuisances in that manner. And the other thing I wanted to talk about, you had mentioned nutrient management plans. That's actually administered through ecology. CAFOs, or concentrated animal feeding operations, are considered a point source, even though they're a non-point source. It's kind of convoluted, but they're regulated under the Clean Water Act. And so what that means is the Department of Ecology will administer these plans for these dairies and require them to adhere to best management practices with the purpose of ensuring that they don't pollute waters of the state. So they will do monitoring and testing of water quality in the vicinity of those dairies. And then there's also the Safe Drinking Water Act, which is a related thing that ecology administers as well, but it's related to drinking water. So.
Thank you. I guess back to my question, it appears to me, if followed to the letter, that most of the concerns that you brought up, if the 30 mitigation measures are followed to the letter, and I recognize as Mr. Briggs described that with the right to farm, there's stuff there that this board certainly doesn't have authority over. You spoke to the groundwater. That is a Department of Ecology. I don't know whether there has been any appeals or any of y'all that have major appeals have reached out to Ecology asking or expressing your concerns to them. But it appears from what I'm hearing you describe that the mitigation measures as described in our staff's report would mitigate those things. Please.
I would disagree with that. Yeah, I mean, right, is there a way to have a sheriff there and make sure trucks are going on the road? I mean, no one's going to enforce that. But specific to birds and insects, I guess every time I brought up concerns, it's always gone to traffic. I would like to hear birds and insects, as those are the two that I have felt have never been addressed.
Okay. All right.
And I don't yeah, that would be my point. They have not been heard or validated or addressed. And anybody could testify that that's a real concern.
And has that concern been taken to the Conservation District?
Nope, I brought it here to you, to the planning commissioners to hear, and so, yeah, it's been brought to you.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. I don't have any further questions at this moment for you. Thank you so much. Thank
Chair
you, Mr.
recognizes Commissioner Didier.
I don't have a question for Jeff Hawkins, but on the bird and insect, the Conservation District, what's the enforcement there?
Conservation District doesn't have any enforcement. The odor and fly plan comes to, we get a copy of it. If we get a complaint, our code enforcement is complaint driven. If we get a complaint, we would follow up, would make sure that the plan is in place and it's being followed.
And if it isn't?
Then again, it's a violation of the conditional use permit.
But who's the authority that's going to make sure that it's right?
That the plan is correct?
No, that they comply with the
Again, our code enforcement is complaint driven. So if we don't get a complaint, we don't have the staff or personnel to go out and inspect every
okay, thank you.
Operation.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
We will now move to Appeal 2026-04 by Landon Rowley. Morning.
Thank you, Commissioners. I appreciate this opportunity to come and present some of our concerns. I would like to just say a little bit who I am first, and a little bit of my education and background, and what my role is here today. I, like most of these others who have presented, have been to college and received bachelor's degrees in further education. In that education, I received a bachelor's degree in health science and in public health. I was a certified health educator for a few years as well. I currently am an owner of the Rolling Hawkins Fruit Farms. And part of my role there is, and I act as the food safety manager for all our farms and for our processing business, which is Northwest Heart Cherry, which is within a mile of the radius of this dairy coming in. We also have farms and fields that are within less than a half a mile of the property line for where this is going. So I have some concerns as a health professional, and I have some concerns as a business and as a grower. And I appreciate this opportunity to kind of go through a few of those. I would like to second what Jeff has spoken to us about, that this is a generational issue, that the impacts of this are going to be for a long time. And not just to what he spoke to about, but of the land and property and orchards and the farming and just quality of life. But further than that, I want to reiterate some of the issues as from a public health perspective of the groundwater and the waste and the sewage and what is happening there. A facility this size with approximately 9,500 cows, so close to 10,000 cows or head, is going to require, and from some of our conversations with some of the dairymen in the area, 30 to 50 gallons of water per day. That's what those cows drink. That's what they need, not counting any water for sanitation, for cleanup, for maintenance, maintaining roadways, other things. That's near 500,000 gallons of water in a day, which also translates to roughly 25 to 33 swimming pool size or equivalents of usage of water every day. How is that going to affect the aquifer and the water and the current wells for the population and the people that are living out there? There have been no studies done from, to my knowledge, to address that issue. Furthermore, 500,000 gallons of water a day, that is a lot of water. How are they going to control that? Where is that water going to go? We have two waste disposal ponds there that are going to help to treat that water. In a study from the EPA for the lower Yakima Valley in 2013 was published that there is approximately 500 to 6,800 gallons of water that seeps out of those types of ponds every day. Where is that water going to go? Where does that water go? So nitrates is one of the bigger concerns that we have. Nitrates, nitrogen is the common form for that. And in agriculture, nitrogen is an important ingredient into a lot of people's fertilizer programs because that's what helps plants to grow. But in an orchard, and an established orchard that is going to be there for 25 to 30 years, like some of our cherries, we have current cherry orchards in the area that are over 30 years old. We have tart cherry orchards in that area that are getting close to 20 years old. So they're well established, and we plan for them to be established for that long, and hopefully recycle them after they get to that 25, 30-year mark. But the nitrogen levels that you put onto that, we talked about nutrient management programs. Similarly, fruit also has a nutrient management program, and that's managed every year. And we hire a field man to monitor those for us every year, and we take soil samples and we test the nitrogen levels in our soil. There are certain parts of our farms, because of nitrates currently in the water, that contribute to that. It's not the sole factor, but that contribute to that increase the salt levels in those water that make it impossible, and the soil impossible for those trees to grow. so they become barren. Just to speak a little bit more about nitrates. Nitrates in the water flow at the same speed as regular groundwater. If I was to take one of those bottles of water that you have on your desk and you pour it on the table, is it going to go where you want it? No, it's going to go and it's going to take its easiest path. It's the same with groundwater. If you look at one of your exhibits, I can't tell you which page it is in your packet, but this is the full exhibit here. This shows you all of the drains outlined that are underneath the proposed lots for where this dairy is going to be going. The dairy here is on the top. The blue lines are the drain lines that run through there. And as you see, I'll try to speak more directly into the mic, but as you see in that graph, in that chart, the drain lines flow from underneath that field into the next field, into the next field, into the next field. So how are we going to mitigate, we've used that word a lot, the drain water that is coming into each of those groundwaters lines that then flows into the irrigation canals that then flow into our turnouts that are downstream from this location. On this map, you'll see a bunch of yellow flags, yellow taped marks. Those are hayfields owned by Mike Corrales and affiliates. And you look down below, those are all orchards, 20 different growers that receive water from the turnouts that are downstream from this dairy. And we don't have any adequate, there has not been in those mitigation requests in those 30 considerations, which is a lot, anything to address those issues and how to control that water. The current dairy that is there, when speaking with the irrigation district, they routinely do inspections on that water 3 times a year. Part of their ecology testing, and they're through that department. And with the current limits, they are within balance. But that water is not potable, even with the level of nitrates that you have. For potable water, for drinking water, and we talked about the Clean Water Act, you have to have 10 milligrams per liter of nitrates. If you have more than 10 milligrams or 10 milligrams or more, that water is not potable. And when we are farming, there are new regulations with Global Gap and with SQF, which is Safe Quality Foods, an abbreviation for Safe Quality Foods, which are the programs that we use in our facility and in our operations. There are new regulations coming where we have to monitor and ensure that the water that we are using, even groundwater that we may put back on to our orchards or to our fields, is potable. And our fear is that this is not with the scale of the magnitude of this mega dairy coming in 13.5 times, there's 13.5 times 500,000 gallons of water coming out and going to be going into those irrigation canals. And I've taken some pictures, even in the off season. In your packet, you'll see some pictures of some of those drains that come into those canals. There is still water running there now. It's not just during operations or during season. There's water constantly be running into those canals, and no mitigation is going to be good enough for 13.5 times the size of that dairy. That will not come into effect there. On a search of the Department of Ecology, you can see all the different wells that are in the area within a 3-mile radius. According to the Department of Ecology, we are not supposed to have a dairy with this magnitude within 3.5 miles of a municipal water source. The Mesa water source for the hill, and where we live, that services about 80 to 90% of the homes that are up in that area, is within less than 3 miles from the center of their operation. And when talking about generational issues, you have water and nitrates and nitrogen, bicarbonates, and other contaminants that will seep down into that aquifer over time. In a study, in this same ecology study from 2013 published on the effects of nitrates in the water, and particularly in the lower Yakima Valley, they they show direct correlation to clusters of dairies or mega dairies having a direct impact over time on the levels of nitrates in their drinking water. And it's up to 70% unpotable water from the wells in the areas from that study. But that is significant, and I fear that that is going to be the same result as we have coming into this area. And on a business level, I worry that 500,000 gallons a day is going to help deplete the water levels in that area. We haven't had any studies to that result. There are wells that are 79, 76 feet deep to over 1,000 feet deep within that 3-mile radius. They're all pulling from that same aquifer, including the municipal water source. What are we doing to protect that water source? What are we doing to protect from the nitrates and the contaminants into that water? To Commissioner Bauman's comment or question earlier, if those mitigations were done and to the letter, to the T, would that be enough for me? No, because I don't think that they are sufficient. I want to jump to a little bit and help us understand some of the impacts of nitrogen, because we use nitrogen all the time. I mean, we pay for fertilizer for nitrogen, but it's a very delicate balance. Just like the nutrition for, or not nutrition, but nutritional balance for your cattle is just as important for your cows, and just as important for your fruit. When you have increased nitrogen, which has been correlated and proved in this study over the course of years, these are some of the effects that it will have. It could have a result of excessive vegetative growth, reducing the flowering and fruit set, delaying the fruit maturity, lowering fruit quality and size, firmness, and sugar balance of your fruit. It can also increase disease and pest susceptibility when you have extra growth on your trees that you don't want. When you come through and you have to now pay to prune that out so you can get better on an orchard, horticultural level, you need light and you need airflow. And when you get excessive growth because you're now pumping extra nitrogen onto your fields, then you have potential to pay more labor to get it out, or for more harborage areas for those pests and those flies that are migrating 2 miles from the source. Additional things. The increased susceptibility to fungal diseases, example, fire blight. One of the first turnouts after this, there is a pipeline under the Buffalo Road to go from this dairy and their drainage fields to the next field. The first turnout coming out of those groundwater drains into our irrigation turnout, we have an apple orchard right there on the corner where we fight fire blight all the time. And one of the proven things that this can result in is because of the excessive vegetation, there is a higher risk for these extra fungal diseases, and particularly on apples, fire blight is a really big issue. The nutritional imbalance. So I mentioned earlier a little bit about the salts and the imbalance we have in some of these areas. When you have a high level of nitrates, because of how that interacts with the different other minerals in the ground, it actually binds to those other minerals, your magnesium, your calcium, your phosphorus, your potassium, those things that your tree needs to survive and needs to grow, they're there. And when you take your samples, they're there, but they're inaccessible to the tree because they're bound to all of the salts that the nitrogen brings. And so that makes it really hard to deal with when you've got this orchard that you're trying to protect for that 30 years time frame, when you're going to allow those to be pumped onto that for a long amount of time. You're going to be fighting that for as long as you can, and it may limit and restrict and may even prevent you from growing your own orchards on the ground that we already have. One of the last effects of excessive nitrogen in your soil that I would like to highlight is that the high levels of nitrate concentrations contribute to high salt levels in the root zone, which can also reduce your water uptake, can cause stress or root burn, and lower tree vigor over time. It's intended to use this to increase the vigor and to grow, but when you have excessive amounts, when you're pouring 500,000 gallons of water full of extra nitrates onto your crops, you're going to have excessive nitrates. And where it's supposed to be a positive, it actually turns into something that is harmful to those trees and decreases the vigor over time. I want to mention one thing really quick about the roads and the traffic. We talked a lot about that. And some potential solutions to try to get it to the letter of the T. When you watch normal traffic patterns up there, trucks do not go down the suggested route 90% of the time for the traffic. They're directing toward the north on this road off of Wahluke towards the north down to Sage Hill. Most of the time, large trucks or heavy trucks do not take that path because there's too many curves. There's too steep of a hill and too many curves. So in our facility, where we have trucks coming to our business up there as in our processing facility, they always take Sage Hill from Hollingsworth to Sage Hill, not the other way. So a suggestion could be, if you're going to make that or have that be part of the deal, and as part of a condition, one of those conditions of this CUP, then I would suggest that that might be an extension so that the actual traffic patterns have the road that is needed. But to Jeff's point, I currently live on Buffalo Road on one side of our farm, and there are hay trucks, there are potato trucks, there are feed trucks, there are manure trucks going up and down that road all the time. And it's just a gravel road. When I send my kids out there to the bus, it scares me to death because that road is not taken care of. We pay every year thousands of dollars to abate it so that we can protect our crops and protect our kids. Because if you're following a truck full of dust and dirt, you can't see anything coming. The next car's following you in that dust, and they're going to hit those kids. And those roads are not taken care of sufficiently. And I can promise you, with this dairy going in, there's a hay mill off of the other road, off of Hollingsworth, a little further down behind us, and there's a lot of traffic that comes back and forth, and the surrounding roads are not taken care of. My biggest concerns, I think I've addressed most of those. As a public health specialist, I am concerned about the drinking water for the 58 wells that are listed on the ecology department and for all of the private wells of people that are not. That is a huge concern for the levels of nitrate and whether or not that water can be protected and continue to be potable. And initially, yes, that might be, but from the studies that I have researched at over time, 20 to 30 years, 15 years, depending on the level of that well, that nitrogen eventually will seep into those wells. And with this expansion, it's not just a matter of if it will, but when. And I would open this up, I guess, back to you, commissioners, for any questions you may have for me.
All right. Do we have any questions?
No questions here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did have a couple here. Have you taken some of your concerns of these different things that this board does not have authority over, such as the groundwater, drinking water concern that you have? Have you taken that to the Department of Ecology?
When we have submitted these claims for this, similar to Jeff Hawkins before, and probably similar to Clint Didier's question, who has the authority for that? That's a question that I have had, and from the Department of Ecology, they've already made their suggestions to here. And so since this has come, I have talked with the one person from the Department of Ecology. He's part of the irrigation district who does the sampling, but outside of him, I have not.
Okay. And then one of your concerns is the nutrient management program. That is enforced by the Washington Department of Agriculture. Have you talked with Ag about those concerns about the nitrates, the salts, that kind of thing?
To the Washington State Department of Agriculture, I have not directly spoken to them about some of these issues, other than we brought them to the Planning Commission and to now to this board, looking for more direction on where to go and how to best approach that. So if there is something that we can directly talk to them about that through this, that's something that, when those issues were brought up before, that was not communicated back to us, that those are the people that we need to redirect some of those comments to.
It's pretty clearly throughout this record describes who's in charge of all of the different parts of this. For instance, the concentrated animal feeding operations, that's Washington Department of Ecology. They're the water portion. Nutrients are Department of Ag, and those kind of things. A comment that you made is the leakage from the ponds. There's a pretty clear plan that the applicant has to line these ponds. And you reference, and I was trying to thumb through here and find it, and Mr. Briggs, you might kind of guide me through my question here, but some of the concerns that Mr. Raleigh had was in relationship to the leaking ponds and up the valley, some of the nitrate issues that they have dealt with. I couldn't find that in the record. I don't believe that is, I'm trying to think of the word I'm using, comparable to this, because that issue up the valley was in unlined ponds. Would that alleviate your concern, as the conditions would require that these ponds be lined and a nutrient management plan be enacted and followed?
So with those drains, if you reference back to the map that you have, those drains are throughout the whole acreage that they have there. And if on looking at this one, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different field drains that are running through that lot. That there is wastewater, yes, that goes into those canals. Whether they're lined or not, like I mentioned before, you pour that water onto the table, it's not going to go always where that's supposed to go. Containment is not there. The ponds that are there, I don't believe are adequate for that 500,000 gallons of water per day. I think they're undersized and probably need more. But if they are lined, does it help? Does lining help? Yes. Does it eliminate the problem? No, it doesn't. And that's for the wastewater direct from there. But the groundwater that throughout the rest of those, the two ponds are right here. Those are the two ponds on that chart, those two purple squares. The groundwater comes through all of the ground, and those drains run underneath those ponds. So they are completely unaffected by these drains. Not the drains, but the ponds there.
Thank you. I appreciate that response. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all the questions I would have for the moment.
All right, thank you. Questions?
Thank you.
The drainage water, are they putting it on like with a center pivot to irrigate those lands?
I don't know all of their plans, but I do know that the pipeline that crosses Buffalo Road is sent over to go to the center pivots to be sprayed onto the fields there.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to Appeal 2026-05 by Tyler Hawkins. Good morning.
Good morning. So I am here as a homeowner, and I submitted this appeal with a group of other homeowners that are all within a mile of this proposed dairy. So myself, my wife Trina are less than a mile, Brian and Abby Hawkins, Alan and Sherilyn Hawkins, and April Alexander. The four of us have our homes, our principal residence is all within less than a mile from this proposed dairy on North Walluk Road. So I'm here representing myself and those other three families as well. This has been brought up, I guess, a few times, but yeah, just I guess the initial frustration was in the planning commission, you know, there was a group, we filled this room with people, we all expressed concerns, and I felt like it was rubber stamped through to approve it. So that was frustrating that there wasn't more time taken to try to address any of the concerns that any of us had brought up that night, which then led to us all, has been stated, paying $200 to submit an appeal so we could try and do this again. I think a main concern for those of us that live on North Walluk Road is the proposed mitigation for truck traffic is for the traffic to go from Sage Hill to North Walluk Road from that direction. And as has been stated, I don't believe that the likelihood of trucks following that proposed route is very high because of the curves, because if they're coming from the south, you know, they're going to turn on Hollingsworth and go to North Walluk instead of keeping going up Sage Hill. And so I even brought up in the planning commission and say, hey, what am I supposed to do as a resident if I start seeing all this traffic go through? Nobody had anything to say about that. They said that we couldn't, it wasn't a discussion, I could just express my concern and that was all I could do. And so that was frustrating. I'm like, well, there's a real concern here, but instead of addressing the concern or taking time to it, we're just going to rubber stamp this through and appeal it. So I don't think there's been any mitigation measures put in place that I know about to ensure that truck traffic is going to follow the proposed route. I understand that the mitigation proposal is that they have to make North Walluk Road an all-weather road, but Hollingsworth, the other sections of North Walluk Road, Filbert, Buffalo Road, there's no mitigation measure for any of those roads. And so that's concerning to me as a resident. What are we going to do about the degradation of those roads over time as the increased truck traffic barrels down all those roads? Another concern that I don't know that this has been addressed was, you know, the real possibility of any of our property value decreasing because of the close vicinity to a dairy. That if a dairy of this massive industrial size, if any of us hope to sell our homes in a future date, I don't think there's any prospective buyer that is going to want to live next to a dairy of that size. This has also been brought up, and I'll just reiterate, domestic wells, you know, private wells, and then as Landon stated, the West Mesa Domestic Water Association well is, and you know, what mitigation measure has there been made for that aquifer and for the amount of water that will be pulled out for a dairy of this size? I'm not aware of any mitigation measure that addresses that. For the aquifer being drawn down and, you know, current wells that are there, and what do they do when they're dry because the aquifer's been drawn down? And so that's a main concern, that I don't think there are any mitigation measures that have been put in place in relation to that. So I guess the specific relief that I'm seeking is that it's not approved, a dairy of this size anyways in this location, but that it would be better suited in a location that doesn't already have so many homes and wells and orchards, or one that's a smaller dairy that doesn't put such a strain on the residents who are already there. That's all I have. Thank you.
Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question, Wes, for you. It's been referenced a couple of different times, the 3.5 mile radius of a municipal water source. Could you speak to that?
So our obligation as the county under state law with water law is that we need to make sure that water is potable, that it is physically available, and that it is legally available since the Hearst case. Most of the uses that are required in the dairy itself fall under the exempt well, which is the legal availability of water. Water quality concerns related to the dairy would have been addressed by ecology in the SEPA document that we sent out. When we sent out the SEPA looking for comments on water quality, if they had had any mitigation measures, they should have been addressed at that point in the process. And we did not receive any specific comments, to my recollection, in that vein.
I think that's a good point, Wes. If I could just add something to that, is that we don't regulate water quality of private wells. It's only a public water system is where the state would get involved.
So, Mr. Hawkins' concern would need to be addressed by the Department of Ecology, not by this board.
If we're going to impose mitigation measures, we would first need to look to our code. If it's not in our code, it would need to be something under some sort of policy administered through SEPA. So we need to look to our code to implement some sort of mitigation measure.
Yeah, there's nothing in our code that specifically speaks to that issue. In even the critical areas, it wouldn't speak to that particular issue. That would be Department of Health or Department of Ecology. And that's the reason you send SEPA out, and it gets posted to all the agencies to be able to respond to these issues.
So in the absence of policy on our part, it would then fall to the Department of Health and the Department of Ecology, or how does that work?
That's true, but I believe the Department of Health even, so the Department of Ecology is looking at quantity, and then I think the Department of Health might be involved in the beginning. I'm not too familiar with the process here, but they would be looking to make sure that the water's potable, at least initially when the well is punched. Is that right, Wes?
That's correct.
Yeah.
It would be the Department of Ecology that would be overseeing any issues. They would work hand in hand with the Department of Health if there were an issue,
But Wes also mentioned that a number of these wells are exempt under state law, so the Department of Ecology wouldn't necessarily be involved for those.
Thank you, that's helpful. I don't have any further questions. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We will move to the applicant or applicant's representatives. Please introduce yourself. Applicant's representative will make their defense.
Morning, Commissioners, Mr. Chairman. My name's Jamie Carmody. I'm a land use environmental attorney for way too many years. I'm proud to be here representing the Veltes family, who's one of the more responsible, substantial dairy operators in this state, or really the Pacific Northwest. This project is a project that over time will be developed in phases and will involve an investment in this community of between $50 and $75 million in this activity. It has gone through a detailed process through planning department that involved all agencies, all affected parties, and gave notice and brought into consideration interests of the community. And I'll go through that to some degree in response to the appeal arguments that have been made to you. What I want to say at the outset, though, is that if you've lived in this region and understand or have been experiencing any of the environmental challenges or lawsuits and those type of things that deal with dairy operations, you will fully understand that they are perhaps the most regulated, and some people would say over-regulated, industries in the state of Washington. Probably the only one that gets more scrutiny than dairies is your neighbor nuclear facilities. It's at that level. So it's within that context that this is coming before you. It's in that context that your staff, your departments, and all the agencies became involved in this review process. One of the things that I've learned over the years is that it's difficult in settings like this because the public doesn't see how the sausage is being made in the review process. They don't get the full exposure to what's involved for a permit applicant to process a conditional use permit, go through the environmental reviews, go through the agency reviews, and everything that leads to this. So they have a limited picture of really what's going on, and I think that's a really important component of this particular hearing. And I'm going to try to spend some time going through and addressing exactly what took place with respect to each of the concerns, expressions of concern, issues that have been raised here. I'd also note that a good portion of the testimony that you heard today, and this is a closed record hearing, and what that means is that there's not new evidence, there's not new testimony that's allowed. The appellants have gone well beyond that, but rather than disrupt the process and interrupt the proceeding, I'll simply try to address that issues or those issues that came up, because each of them has a specific answer within the context of the administrative record that you have and before you, and the record that was considered by the Planning Commission in their recommendation to you. I have today with me both the family that's proposing the projects, the Veltheises are here, as is their consultant, Kevin Freeman, who can provide answers on any technical questions that you have that have come up today. So what I'm going to try to do is walk through what I see is where we are on this proceeding and begin our response to the arguments that have been raised. The application is for a conditional use permit, and under your zoning ordinance, that process is if you have more than 500 cows, have to go through this conditional use process. We have complied with every single step, plus many more, in that process to secure a good recommendation both from staff and from the Planning Commission and to address issues. The process that takes place is exhaustive, expensive, pervasive, includes literally every component that has been raised to you today. So what you have and have to understand to begin with is the process, because there's been concerns expressed to you about lack of process. People didn't pay attention. People weren't listening. Nothing could be further from the truth in this proceeding. I've done this for almost 50 years. This package, the information provided to planning, the planning's review, the agency participation is above and beyond anything that you typically see. And I would suggest that it's because of an environment set in this state that has been fairly challenging to dairy operators. Clear Water Act claims, lawsuits, ecology pounding on people for the reasons of some of the problems that were raised. Fortunately, we haven't been involved in any of those. This project is a project moving to this county in support of the Darigold plant, a $1 billion investment in this community. The Veltheis family is about 5% of Darigold, a farmer-owned co-op. That's what they're bringing to this community. They're responsible, they're detailed, and they pay attention to things. They understand all the arguments that were made today, and they address those. They agreed to 30 conditions, and I'll walk through some of those which explain why and how that comes into play, because Mr. Commissioner Baumann has asked the right question. Is this mitigation sufficient? And if the mitigation's in place, who's responsible and how is it enforced? And that's a multi-agency, multi-jurisdictional process. These projects are subject to federal law, they're subject to state law, they're subject to local law. Clean Water Acts. I've been to the Supreme Court on Clean Water Acts for ag-related activities. We understand that. It's incredibly difficult to meet those standards. It's even more difficult in this state when you're talking about our Department of Ecology. When you're dealing with Olympia, and you're trying to explain and have them understand ag impacts, ag farming, all of that, it makes a very challenging process. And that's what they're faced with as they go through this. But they accepted it. And they'll meet those standards and they'll meet those requirements. So when you go through this process, there are a number of things that become very apparent with respect to this application. Number one, this application meets and exceeds all of your zoning requirements. There are no adjustments. There are no variances requested. There's nothing requesting, I want a break on this or cut me some slack on that. You meet this project meets every single zoning requirement, setbacks, every aspect of it. This project meets every component of your comprehensive plan. No adjustments, no deviations. They meet all of that. They are complying by every single rule that you've put in place. Getting to the whole process and did proper process apply really begins in the land use process with what's called a notice of application. Your planning director talked about that a little bit, and the process is you have to conduct environmental review for every land use application. SEPA checklist was provided, significant additional reports were provided, traffic impact analysis was provided at the request of the county. All of those came into play, and environmental SEPA is designed to gather input and information with respect to the project from the public, from agencies, and from departments. All of them are included. And here's what's occurred during that process. They use the optional method, and that's a procedure that says you get one time to comment. So it's not a matter of going out and having to run around and locate parties or neighbors or properties. You're required to provide notice to neighbors, both within a defined radius. They're given the notice and they're given the opportunity to comment. And many of them that are here today commented, which is what they should do. That doesn't mean it wasn't considered, because the fact is, it is considered. It's also posted and it's published, so the public at large has notice of it. The notice is sent out to every county department. So we're going to talk a little bit later about traffic. Public Works fully weighed in on the traffic impacts, the road requirements, and imposed extraordinarily high mitigation that was accepted by this applicant. And I'll touch on that. Not one department objected to the project as mitigated. Notice was also sent to agencies. Notice was sent specifically to the Department of Ecology, Department of Agriculture, Fish and Wildlife, and they provided comments. And those comments formed a foundation for conditions that were imposed on this project. All those agencies. We heard a lot about the drains going across the fields. South Columbia Basin Irrigation District specifically was notified and provided detailed input on what mitigation should apply to this project. And that mitigation was accepted and incorporated into the decision and recommendation staff made and Planning Commission approved. Everybody was engaged. Everyone had an opportunity to talk, and the county did the proper things. 30 conditions on a project isn't common. There are a lot of compliance requirements. The other point that's really important, and it goes to many of the questions that you asked today, is Washington in 1995, through the exercise of some degree of wisdom, maybe, through the legislature, said, we're not going to make project applicants redo everything for every single permit that's required for a project. We're going to have an integrated and coordinated process. And what that means exactly is if an agency has responsibility for managing certain areas of this. So let's take, for example, Department of Agriculture has responsibility for the management of the dairy nutrient management plan. That goes through Department of Ecology. When you go through a project application and conditional use, you can rely upon that permitting authority to look at the issues associated with nutrient management. That's a required condition in this project. They have to go through and have an adopted plan of nutrient management. They deal with it. That deals with surface water, that deals with groundwater, that deals with all aspects of that program, including field applications of treated waters. Department of Ecology has responsibility for CAFO, concentrated animal feed operations, permitting. If you think that's an easy permit through ecology, I've got a different story to tell you. It is gruesome. Everything here that was mentioned is covered through that process only in so much more depth than this is typically looked at. We have to comply with that. It's subject to the mitigations that come there. It's subject to the mitigations that go through Department of Agriculture with nutrient plans. We've heard about odor and flies. You have adopted an ordinance here in Franklin County that addresses that. And what your ordinance requires is it requires the applicant to go through a process where Franklin Conservation contributes, develops a plan to address those impacts. That plan is put in place, and as it's been required, that becomes a condition on this project. Planning was correct in that the county has responsibility for enforcement of that. So it's right in your hands to address if there's a fly, odor issue involved in it. That's in place. That has to be done before they do step one on this project. So you have each of those components. And all of this is in the context of your right to farm rules. And what the right to farm rules say, basically, is that we're going to protect and understand that agriculture is worth protecting as long as they follow the rules. These rules are put in place and they'll be followed here. The answer to Mr. Bauman's continuing question is, if that mitigation is in place and it's done and it's proper, that mitigation takes care of every one of these issues. The enforcement may be at the county level, it may be at ecology for the CAFO level, it may have to do with agriculture at nutrient planning. All of those are in place, but they're in place. That's what the point of the conditions are here. There is nothing that went unanswered in that process. It's also, in the context of SEPA, the environmental review, the SEPA responsible official, planning, takes a look at everything they receive. And they said, here's what we have to do. This applicant has to meet 16 separate conditions. And if they do each of these things, if they comply with get their permit for CAFO, if they do their nutrient plan, if they do the odor and fly plan, then they have addressed the environmental issues. And you reach the end of the day, and they issued what's called a mitigated determination of non-significance. And what that means is if you comply with all of those, all of those rules, all of those requirements, which we've agreed to comply with, the project doesn't have a significant adverse environmental impact. What that means to you is that you don't have SEPA as a vehicle to layer on more. It's intended to deal with and define that. So there's no tangible legal authority to expand and go beyond all of those things that are in that mitigation package. That's what's coming before you. That's what an applicant has a responsibility to do, and that's what they've done. Let me talk about a couple of the more technical things that came up today. You spent some time, and there's a fair amount in each of the appeals talking about the 2-mile radius. I'd urge you to read the ordinance if you have any questions. Number one, the ordinance says no more than 2 dairies in excess of 1,300 cows is permitted within the 2-mile radius. Not 1. 2. There's only one other noted, and that one doesn't have a CUP that authorizes beyond 600 cows. So this is the only one in the area that legally comes into consideration under the 2-mile radius requirement. They meet that requirement, and that should be the end of that discussion. There was talk loosely through all the materials about what about all the noise? Your noise ordinance exempts ag activities. If you're farming, you're entitled to farm, ranch, operate your ag operation with a recognition that in this ag zone, ag noise is normal to be expected. Sometimes it's picked up in SEPA, but not where your noise ordinance says that you don't have to comply. It just recognizes what's common sense. Farming can get noisy at times depending on where it is and what it is. Impacts on the irrigation district I already alluded to, and that is there are specific comments made by South Columbia Basin Irrigation District that are incorporated into this. The record specifically says they came to a conclusion that says if this is mitigated as it's proposed, any impacts will be minimal and are not of concern to them. They're the ones who manages and take care of whether that irrigation water is threatened or not, and that was addressed and met here. There was quite a bit of time spent on the roads. So let me put that into context if I could. If I have a project, I'm not obligated to say my traffic servicing this can only go on this road or that road. What you do through a traffic impact analysis is you take a look at the project, and in that process you figure out how many vehicle trips are going to be generated, what type of vehicles are they going to be, and where are they going to go. And you run calculations on that. This was, in this case, developed with your Public Works Department. What they said is based upon projections, it's a significant enough level that we're going to make you do 3.1 miles of road improvements to bring it up to speed to an all-weather access. That's unusual in land use planning. Typically, and the rule is, I'm not responsible for something that's broken to begin with. I'm responsible for something I break. The courts have said time and time again, whether I have a subdivision, whether I have a dairy, no matter what I have, I'm not responsible to fix a deficient condition as long as it doesn't affect levels of service. This applicant went above and beyond. Your Public Works Department says we need 3.1 miles of road improved, and we need another 0.7 in another area. And it says be careful during certain times and that sort of thing. These people said, okay, we'll step up. We're going to be a good neighbor. We're going to participate in that. That's the traffic story that's before you on an uncontroverted basis. What we've heard is, well, what if it goes down this road or that road? You can't control everyone that goes to your farm, to wherever you are. But what you're trying to deal with is if there's a significant enough context, you can try to ask them to do something to improve it. In this case, they agreed to that. So the traffic is just simply not something that is or should be an issue that you micromanage. And remember also, this is going to be a phased incremental development. You're not going to go from 0 to 100 the first day or the first minute. It's going to be an incremental growth over time. When you're asking for a permit, you're asking, so, okay, this is what my outer limit is. And why do you do that? Because that's what SEPA requires. They require it to go through subject to what could this ultimately be? Not what it is today. What could it be if it's logically go? That's what they did here, which is a perfectly normal land use process and a required process. This is mitigated to deal with the worst case, which is 9,500 cows. All of that is baked into this analysis, and they've done that. So let me try to address a couple other of the points that came up. The dairy nutrient management plan, Mr. Freeman can answer your questions on that because he knows probably more than anybody in the state of Washington on this. At least that's what he told me. He can answer those questions. He can explain those. He's also can walk you through the CAFO requirements. But that program requires detailed work with Conservation District, with the applicant, and with other agencies in order to achieve a plan that's subject to a very detailed set of RCWs. RCW 90.64. If you read that, you're not going to come back away from it saying that you have any questions about whether it's going to be appropriately applied or the rules are not or are stiff enough to deal with it. You're going to read it and say, holy mackerel, this is insane. But that's the rules that the legislature set. They have to live with it. The CAFO permit is a big deal. That's Department of Ecology. That will look at every detail and every aspect of the operation in terms of the cattle, the manure, all of those type of things. It has to comply with Federal Clean Water Act. It has to comply with state clean water responsibilities. It has to meet all of those provisions. In that process, there's a manure pollution prevention plan that also has to be approved. We're subject to all those rules. We have to get that permit. We have to comply with the permit. We have to comply with the requirements of the manure pollution prevention plan. We have to meet all of those obligations. If we don't, we have to deal with ecology. The permit's at risk, but it goes even further than that. The county can oversee that, because if there are permit problems, the county under the conditional use permit has the opportunity to weigh in and participate in that process. And they may find that the violation is such that it leads to enforcement actions that Mr. McCart spoke to, council spoke to, that give you enforcement responsibility or enforcement rights. Is exactly right about your enforcement provision like every other county and every other city is typically complaint-driven. So if they get a complaint, they look at it in terms of enforcement actions. There has to be a spill prevention and control plan if something goes off there. There has to be a chemical hazard communication plan. You have to have that in place. You have to have an inadvertent discovery plan that's required by the tribes in case when you do something, it generates a concern over impacts on native significant factors. You have to have a stormwater pollution prevention plan. You have to deal with stormwater. In the permit, in the conditioning, you'll see there's a requirement that it can't fall off-site, typical on stormwater permitting. Can't go on beyond boundaries. We heard a concern earlier that it's just going to run off the dairy and it's going to flow right down on all these other fields, that there was a question about elevations and that sort of thing. That is prohibited under this plan with the conditions you have in place. It cannot leave the site. If it does, they're in violation. This operator would be surprised if they turned their back and didn't pay attention. You don't do that when you're making an investment of this type. This is the new, kind of the new world of dairies, I think. And Franklin County, Pasco, is right in the middle of it with the Dairy Gold investment. That's why this is something that should be appropriate and should be conditionally approved. I want to try to move this along because we've been here a long time today. At the end of the day, you're presented with an application that is conditioned with 30 onerous requirements that comply with every applicable law. It complies with zoning, it complies with comprehensive plan, it is determined under SEPA to have no adverse environmental impacts, it has engaged state-level permitting protections associated with Department of Agriculture and Ecology. It has engaged and involved Franklin Conservation District in odor plans. Everybody's in the game and everybody has contributed to this. Not one agency recommended denial. Ecology didn't recommend denial. It said, do this and you're good to go. We started the arguments with the bird issue. I've been involved in ag, orchards, cherries, apples for my career. I understand cherries and birds. That's where I cut my teeth on right to farm cases. Problem is that well, I'll leave that. So the concern that was expressed was nobody was paying attention to us on the birds. Nobody called, or at least the testimony was, they called Fish and Wildlife and they didn't call back. They're relying on Fish and Wildlife. But the county did more than that. They did what they were supposed to do. They sent Fish and Wildlife the whole package, the whole SEPA package, and said, tell us if you've got a concern about this. You know what Fish and Wildlife's response was? Crickets. They didn't respond. That means something. That means something in the SEPA legal world. Where an agency is consulted, given the opportunity to comment, and they choose not to, planning department and the county can rely upon that failure to answer as that they have no objections in the SEPA. So they handled their SEPA responsibilities exactly as they should. Through this process, planning staff recommended approval. They don't have any tie to to the applicant. They did their job, they did their process exactly as they should have. They made all the right steps, they made the contacts of the people, they took and considered all of the comments, and they made their judgments based upon detailed input to the point that they came up with, at the end of the day, 30 conditions for this project, which were accepted. The Planning Commission recommended the approval, and now it's here to you. A permit applicant is entitled to a permit where they meet all of the requirements. There is not one requirement, zoning, statutory, or otherwise, that they haven't met or agreed to meet through the permitting process as are allowed. They're entitled to their conditional use permit and to be allowed to move forward. And that's what we would be requesting from you today, would be approval of this permit so they can move forward and make an investment in this community that will be of value to the community, will be compliant with all rules and regulations, and will be a good neighbor. That's what we'd request. So with that, I'll conclude. Mr. Freeman is here if you've got specific concerns, or maybe do you want to make a couple comments?
Just a couple.
I think we'll let him, since he's the expert on it, make a couple comments that I think directly go to some of the questions that came up.
Oh, did you have any questions for council?
Questions, commissioners?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did have a number of questions here that I've written down. Mr. Carmody, you responded to most of these, but I'll probably just go through them again.
Sure.
Numerous of the appellants expressed concern about the 500 gallons a day of approximate drinking water usage that would be necessary. So that would be one part of my question. And then another piece of the question is, and I've been trying to read and I haven't found it specifically. I believe I read it last night, but the disposal of that water.
All of that is handled through those two state level permitting processes. So they evaluate the volumes, they evaluate the manner and method in which it's disposed, how it's processed through in order to get contaminants out of it. Ultimately, part of this is going to be ground applied, I think, was the plan on it. Those are all subject to specific regulatory processes, WACs, that Ecology administers, and every one of those would be considered in that process. In that process, they also evaluate aquifer impacts, aquifer contamination, each of those things, because you have both a treatment component and a usage component, and those are all evaluated.
And I'm guessing your response would be similar on this one. The concern was raised numerous times about the under drains in this vicinity that will be underneath some of the holding pins or the dry lots. Could you speak to the under drains and the concern of contamination?
Those would be part of the CAFO review process. The lining of ponds, the drain locations, the potential impact on drains would come into play through that process. Secondly, South Columbia Basin Irrigation District in their comments recognized that would take place and that they were comfortable with that CAFO process and review process as protecting the irrigation water issues. And I think that's very clearly set forth in the materials that you have.
I did read through locally known as SCIBID, but the South Columbia Basin Irrigation District and their comments. I did read through them extensively and their concerns and I would agree with your summary of if the mitigation measures are followed, that their concerns could be alleviated.
Yeah.
You kind of already spoke to the truck traffic and being on those truck routes, and you're certainly accurate when you say that you cannot guarantee when somebody is coming to you that what route they'll take in that.
That's right.
But there is a plan in place, and there is a mechanism that could be used if there is concern in that area. You spoke to the nutrient management plan, which speaks to the nitrates and the salts that could potentially overburden the soil if not that plan is not followed. You spoke to the concern of water withdrawal. This is a different question. Do you have any concerns as the representative for the applicant of the 6 finding of facts or the 30 conditions of approval? And do you have any concerns with those or the way they're laid out?
No, we've accepted and we've said that we would comply with those, and we agree to those terms. Doesn't mean we think they're all appropriate, but we've agreed to them because there's a basis for them, and we're good with that.
I appreciate your response to that.
Yeah.
As somebody that works in the land development process, I appreciate your response to that. While you don't find them all necessarily to be fully on point, maybe you've agreed to them, and appreciate your response there.
I think that's right, because one of the things that came through the legislation with regulations, a lot of this all goes back to the Growth Management Act. And the Growth Management Act was actually an industry development side effort through a referendum to tackle uncertainties that existed in planning processes. They thought they wanted to get in and they wanted to have a hand in how that was going to be managed. And the idea was always, tell me the rules and I'll follow the rules. And that's what's evolved over time to a degree. You may not agree with all the rules, and you don't always have to accept them all. You can challenge them on different grounds. I can challenge something if I think it's a constitutional taking. I can challenge it if it's a unconstitutional condition. You go too far. You put too much of a load on a project proponent. There are protections the Supreme Court has built into those type of things. But you also understand going through this process, it's a practical world, and that you have to live with neighbors, and you have to live with agencies, and you have to work through it. And what this applicant's saying is, I'm prepared to make this investment. I'm prepared to work here. I'm prepared to meet and follow the rules, and I'm going to. And those rules should protect all of us. Should give us certainty as to what we have to do and what we need to do, and it should put in place protections that address the exact conditions that are being challenged here.
I certainly appreciate your response to that. I had another question there.
I thought of one that I missed that you would ask.
Go ahead.
The question came up about the 3.5 mile radius from a water source. That hadn't come up any place through the hearing process or the application process that I recall, but I think I know what that is. I think that derives from a court order in a particular case that imposed or said we need to do some additional monitoring at a distance to make sure we don't affect the water source that's off in the distance.
Thank you for that.
And that would be a part of all that goes on with the state level reviews.
Thank you. This is a closed record hearing, and you made a statement that concerned me that I wondered if you could clarify or provide some information on. You described that there was several examples of the appellant straying outside of the record. We are bound to address only what's in the record, and wondered about that.
That's a really situation issues have to deal with. I was at the city of Pasco with a closed record hearing. these rules, they wouldn't understand the tech. That's testimony. And there were references to a number of things that were not part of the record that I was able to find. So that would be the primary one. The others are just inadvertent slips on different things as they tell you their story. And I'm okay with that. I'm not looking to you to say strike it. I just want an opportunity to respond to it and deal with them.
Thank you, Mr. Carmody. I think that concluded the questions that I had here. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple questions. In the 6 findings of fact and conditions of approval, it says in here in the mitigation required, Franklin County Public Works goes through this about the all-weather roads, but in here it states all truck traffic shall be restricted to all-weather roads for the conditional use permit.
We're agreeable to that.
But you already said that they're not going to be using that, just those all-weather roads. They're going to take the easiest route. You
No.
said that too.
No, what I was trying to say is that people coming to and from may not know the rules that way. What we're agreeing to and what we committed to is anything generated by our property, any trucks coming or going that are servicing us will be instructed to follow all-weather road use requirements.
Okay, and then in the 3rd finding of fact, the proposal will be constructed, maintained, and operated to be in harmony with the existing or intended character of the general vicinity. The character of this vicinity was small dairies and orchards. How is a 95 herd in the character of that vicinity?
Because the county has allowed that usage.
We haven't.
If
We're voting on that today. We haven't allowed it yet.
You've allowed a process to go through.
Right.
How is it consistent? It meets all of your standards and requirements that are imposed on that, which makes it consistent.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Did you have any
questions,
testimony?
Mr.
or
Freeman?
anything you
I
wanted
was
to-
just going to ask if there were any, Kevin Freeman, the technical expert for Galtais and this proposal. Good afternoon. I'm just here to offer up if there are any specific technical questions regarding development of lagoons or waste storage ponds, the isolation of the skibid drains, anything that you have as to how the applicant is going to manage those types of activities or ensure that type of compliance. I'm happy to walk through the Dairy Nutrient Management Plan from Washington State Department of Ag and how that interacts with the current CAFO permit for Department of Ecology, what's required by the Department of Ecology permit, how monitoring happens, what has with agronomic application of the wastewater, where this water is going, the drinking water aspects for the cows, that sort of thing. If there's anything that is in your minds that you feel have not been addressed by Mr. Kamadi, I'm happy to answer those questions.
I did have a question if I could ask.
Sure.
Sure. So one of the findings that the board is, well, they're required essentially to uphold the planning commission if they grant approval. And one of the findings that the planning commission made was that the operations in connection with the proposal will not be more objectionable to nearby properties by reason of noise, fumes, vibration, dust, traffic, or flashing lights than would be the operation of any permitted uses within the district. It's kind of hard to say what would be in relation to other permitted uses, but maybe you could speak to, the increased impacts, if any, in relation to the current operation.
So there obviously would be increases in impacts from noise, from animals, from general operations. The intent of the design of the facility ultimately is to mitigate those types of impacts. Additional lighting has to be shielded, directed to the facilities. Noise is, dairy cows don't typically like noise, so you're not out there constantly running equipment, things like that. You are running your loaders and taking your manure out of your pens, you're doing your compost turning, but you're normally doing that during the day, like any other type of farm agricultural activity in the area. Fly odor, dust, those sorts of things, those are addressed in what's called an integrated pest management plan. And actually nowadays it is more along an integrated nuisance management plan, which what you find is that the same activities that you undertake to control odor and fly are the same sorts of activities that go along with controlling dust, rodent vectors, things like that. You store your commodities, your silage, things like that. Keep your silage piles covered. You want to keep your commodities separate and covered and control those. Make sure that you don't have issues with those sorts of your feed commodities. From your manure side, you want to make sure that you are controlling your manure and stacking it and handling that manure in a way that reduces the odor, reduces the dust, reduces the fly vector. And when you deal with odor and insect, you're also dealing with the dust component. So you're getting that contained in various areas, you're keeping it down, you're moving it through. There's dust. There's going to be dust during the hot times of the year. There's opportunities for dust control. You can use water from the in-stage lagoons to do your dust control, wet those surfaces down. A lot of facilities within their feed alleys, things like that, are going to a hardscape surfaces for use of and ease of feed control, so you can scrape it, things like that. There are going to be free stalls and on this facility. So some of these cows ultimately will be indoors. That sort of activity is in the design of the facility as proposed, and will be moved toward that as the Veltizes develop the facility. This is not going to be, as Jamie said, this is not going to be a 9,500 cow dairy tomorrow. This is an incremental process for developing this size of facility. But coming to the Planning Commission and applying for a conditional use permit, we want to put out there the full breadth of what the potential vision for this could be. It's not proper to say, well, we'll permit it for a 2,000 cow facility, and then if it goes well, we'll come back and we'll add another 2,000 cows. Then we'll add another 2,000 cows. It's if the end goal is to be able to maybe expand to that full level, great. But it's much more important to have that presented in front of you all now, so that that decision can be made. There are additional controls for general management of nutrients after they're stacked in the compost, and what you do with that nutrient manure after it's generated. That has to follow the dairy nutrient management plan. That nutrient either is generated and sold as compost, and is sold as organic compost to buyers. It is applied to fields at agronomic rates that are set and established in review from Department of Agriculture. So you have an inspector from the Department of Agriculture as a dairy coming out and checking your nutrient management plan, checking your soil samples to make sure that you are in compliance with your agronomic rates, what's available to your crops. That same process is duplicated by the CAFO permit. Under the Manure Pollution Prevention Plan in the Department of Ecology's CAFO permit, you have to do the exact same reporting to ecology. So you have dual reporting streams that Department of Ag is reviewing your dairy nutrient management plan, ecology is reviewing your manure pollution prevention plan. The CAFO permit is also what sets the standards for your waste storage ponds and your compost pads. And so there are specific requirements that state that your liner, and you have to have a liner under a CAFO permit, your liner has to be not discharge, not allow leakage at less than a given seepage rate. That's technical term, how much water can pass through the bottom of that or out the sides of that waste storage pond. That is set at 10 to the minus 6 centimeters per second squared per centimeter second squared per centimeters cubed. Basically what that means is there is a standard there that says these waste storage ponds have to hold water and can allow for just a minimum amount of leakage. Typically, we design these ponds to be far superior to ecology standards. We strive for a leakage rate of, a permeability of less than 10 to the minus 9. And so that is better in some respects than what a calculated permeability is for concrete. And that takes into not just concrete as hard, but all the little spider cracks and everything like that if you were to put a concrete pad down. But ecology has to approve that. We have to show detailed plans to ecology that we've met that standard. We have to have as-built. We have to show that we put it in the right way. And then it has to be operated in accordance with the requirements of that liner to keep that liner intact. You just can't put it in once and then walk away and say that was good. You have to operate and maintain that system. And you have to demonstrate to ecology that you are operating and maintaining it in accordance with your operation and maintenance plan. You have to design your compost pads in such a way that eliminates seepage from the compost pads, controls that runoff. And that has to be shown to ecology that you're doing that the right way under the CAFO permit. You also have to track your manure, your nutrient that you're taking off site. So if you're taking it to fields that are not directly associated with your facility, you have to show how much you've taken off, how much you've applied to those fields. Was it applied at a beneficial agronomic rate for those crops? All that has to be reported annually for ecology's review. If that same information goes to Department of Ag under the Dairy Nutrient Management Plan. These facilities are inspected by a Washington State Department of Agriculture dairy inspector. That inspector has dual authority in Washington because they are not just inspecting for Department of Ag, but they're also inspecting for ecology at the same time. So that inspector acts as the inspector for both branches, both departments of the state. I could go on, but this facility under the CAFO permit is far different than facilities that we see, we'll call them legacy facilities in other areas of the state. Legacy operations have worked under previous regulations that maybe were not as stringent or as focused as what we are looking at now. And so for this facility to be constructed and operated, it's being constructed and operated to the permit as current. So waste storage ponds will be revised and redone, retrofitted, moved, resized for the size of the facility, etc. The compost pads will be redesigned and will be designed for the new standards. The applicant will work with Skibbed to make sure that we are addressing any concerns that they might have for those drains during construction. The applicant offered to remove those drains because, quite honestly, once that facility where those pens are is hardened and you get the cows on it and they compact that ground, or you have been working and you've amended things with lime to make the soil hard, because you have to control all your runoff. All that runoff on that facility has to be contained on that facility, captured it, stormwater basins, collection sumps, and then transferred to your waste storage lagoons. There should be little to no drainage to those field drains that are in that area. Because they are a Bureau of Rec entity, the Skibbit is very recalcitrant to abandon those drain lines. They're lines, they want to keep them. We have to work around their rights of ways, things like that. So the goal is to make them as comfortable as possible with that and demonstrate exactly what we're doing during the construction process. We still have to get building permits. We still have to get grading permits. We still have to show all of our plans to county as to how we're going to control the runoff, how we're going to grade, how we're going to construct the lagoons, because we'll have to get a mass grading permit for that. Those same design has to be available to ecology as part of the CAFO permit for their review. So there's a lot of still technical and regulatory requirements out there that the producer has to meet as part of moving forward, and then continuing to operate this facility in conjunction with those regulatory oversight entities, with both ecology and Department of Ag.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Yes, on the drain lines. As a resident of here from the time I was born, these drain lines were put in because of ponding in fields, and they can't be removed. Otherwise, you could create a problem above that where this drainage is passing through your place. And so you can't remove those. Those cannot be removed. The Bureau will not let you. In fact, the Bureau has told us now that if we have water on our field, it's our problem. And I said, okay, well, then I'm going to pond it up and pump it. And they said, no, you can't do that. That's our water. And I said, well, wait, this is a conflict of interest. Is it your water or not your water? But they quit drainage, and those were put in for a reason, and that's so that we can keep our ground farmable. So, yeah, I can see why you won't be able to remove those.
And so to that effect, we will have the same issue, because under state regulation, the producer can't leave that water ponding. He's got to move that. He's got to move that to the lagoon. And so the design will have to be made around that to make sure that we get that water to where it needs to go per the regulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, would you be willing for us to take a 10-minute recess? I think everybody could use a break.
At this point, we'll break for 10 minutes.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Time is 11:52. We're back from break, and we will continue with the closed record hearing. At this point, we will now move to staff, Wes McCart, to add any defense of the Planning Commission recommendation.
Yeah, Commissioners, I have just a couple things I'll point out. One, as the responsible official for SEPA, I just want to point out that it was mentioned we used the optional process. I just want to touch on why we did that. One, the complexity of this project when it came to us. The whole idea of the optional is that as a responsible official in conjunction with my staff, I'm not making a decision that's a mitigated determination and then waiting for comments to come in. It's just the opposite. We put out what we think it's going to be, which we believed it was going to be a mitigated DNS, and we look for agency comments to come in before we make that final decision of what the mitigation measures are related to SEPA. That gets posted on the ecology website. It goes to all the agencies we normally send it to. So, Department of Ag, Department of Fish and Wildlife, all of those agencies have the option, DOT. Again, they all have the option to comment if they see anything in there that would pertain to them that they would need to comment on. And then we make the decision from there what the mitigation measures are related to the SEPA document. It also gives us a chance to, in this case, our own departments, county roads, indicated that they wanted traffic impact analysis. So it lets us get that traffic impact analysis ahead of time so that we can make the appropriate mitigation measures. As it pertains to road, I did meet with John and Craig, so our county engineer, and the applicant's representative on the mitigation measures, and your county engineer did agree that these were the appropriate mitigation measures. And then one other thing I'll bring up, just to point out in the record, there was a statement made in one of the appeals, it was in the written record anyway, hasn't come up in verbal comments today, that the planning staff, planning commission should have not, or was tainted due to their relationship with Mike Corrales. I will point out in the record that Mike Corrales, the chairman of the Planning Commission, read a statement early on after reading the rules of the hearing that any commissioner should avoid any appearance or of conflict or recuse themselves. They all said they didn't have a problem with this particular issue, and no member of the public made any issue during that time to bring up any reason why any member should recuse themselves. Mike Corrales did recuse himself, and he did leave the room prior to the hearing starting. So I just want to let you know that under RCW 4236, the Appearance of Fairness Doctrine, the commission, as you gentlemen did today at the beginning of the meeting, the Planning Commission did follow all the appropriate steps as it would relate to any conflict. With that, I think unless you have any questions, I'll just stop there.
Questions?
I don't think that I have any further questions for Wes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. McCart. We will now move to the appellant's final comments summary in order. Appeal 2026-01 by Roberto Garcilaso. Thank you. Appeal 2026-02 by Jerome Davidson. Please.
So I like to say it'd be nice to afford a lawyer to talk for me. Anyway, it's actually a pretty good example of the difficulties our dairy would be facing against a dairy of their size. That's very typical. I can't, we're small. I can't afford the things that they can afford. I can't afford people to do, look into things as deep as that they can. And that's just an example. So I just ask the board that we just want space to be able to compete and to be able to survive. This area, many of us here, and myself included, our families have been here for, since it was broken out of sagebrush. And largely small family farms. Those have been increasing in the years. The dairy farms have still been small family farms in that area, and they've slowly been going away. Because we've been there so long, we're a community. Everybody knows everybody else. And what happens, challenges that affect some people in a certain area also ripple through other parts of the community. And we want our community to be a place where there's good feelings. And I believe that there is a place for Valtice to have a dairy and to be part of that community. In this way, I don't believe that would be the right way. In that specific location, I think there's a better place for it. Maybe a little bit of creative problem solving. Maybe legally they can put it there. And that, I guess, is up to your decision as commissioners to make that decision. So what do we want the vision of Franklin County to be in that area? And so I just request that you consider those things and make the best decision you feel to make. So,
thank you. Appeal 2026-03 by Jeff Hawkins.
Thank you. I do appreciate the comments, and I appreciate as well that everyone has had a very respectful tone so far today. There's what comes made, and because this does impact me so much, I've had to mute myself. Remember, okay, we're all people. Everybody wants what's best for them. I want what's best for me, and so that's why I'm going to continue to state my feelings on this, because this is objectionably bad for me and lots of reasons. It's funny. I thought it was ridiculous. Well, ridiculous may be the wrong word. I was disappointed that I had to pay $200 to get the chance to be heard, as I didn't feel I had before. And I do appreciate us having an attorney, and that, well, maybe we need to lawyer up as well. Is there's still lots of things that require trust, and if mitigated, and there's a lot of trust being asked of everyone around in the area that's going to have all these negative impacts. Trust us, this will be followed, trust us. Well, I agree that agriculture and dairy are regulated heavily and overly regulated. That is the case, but there's still tons of problems teeming out of the lower Yakima Valley. Despite all the regulation, there is mounds of examples of the negative impacts that come with this. So I get promises, I get things want to be done in good faith, but I still have not heard any specifics, and I am being asked to trust that this will work. And frankly, I have not felt anything that tells me I can trust that in good faith. That's not a question of anyone's character. That's just, I feel like I'm being stiff-armed, right? I'm saying concerns, these are going to negatively impact me, and I'm being stiff-armed saying, well, don't you worry, we'll handle this. Right. I mean, I wrote lots of notes here. I guess a couple of things I would say. Maybe first, maybe I misunderstand the meaning of closed record hearing with my lay education, but the comment was made that like water wasn't brought up or environmental impacts. What Wes sent out to all of us a summary of our appeals, 4 of us mentioned that. So I do not feel like anything has been brought here that was not already included, unless closed record means I have to repeat verbatim what I already said. But I don't think that's the case. So I would disagree with that. An investment of 50 to 7 million or 50 to 70 million, great, but right, that doesn't help me. I'm still negatively impacted by that. I can appreciate the Valtice family. I think some of them are here. I hope to meet them afterwards. It was troubling to me that nobody could be bothered to come to the initial planning meeting when there was no one here, and that would have been a great time to fit the character land and be neighborly, but no, I missed things. Everybody that came to that meeting missed things to come, and yet, nobody could be bothered to come to that, which makes me nervous because, right, we are a tight-knit community, as Jerem mentioned. We have each other's backs. There is, I've lived all the way around the world, and I chose to come back to the very road that I was born on. Like, this is what kind of community that is. I guess maybe I'd get to, I almost felt hard for a second on birds, right? If I throw everything else away that is concern to me, right, there's a fly and odor plan and dust plan, great. There has still been no credible plan for mitigating birds. That is a major threat. The council said he cut his teeth in the orchard industry. I can appreciate that. Again, I'm friends with everyone, but I'll tell you, every orchardist will tell you birds are a major problem. We spend thousands of dollars on it. It costs thousands of dollars to do this. This is coming in. It is a known impact. There have been no mitigations presented that will even make a dent in this, and I'm expected to just smile and bear the brunt of that. And every other orchard around me, Washington, like, so birds was brought up, something was about said, and nothing was said. I think that's indicative of there is not a plan, and so I'm asking you to consider that. I realize I'm a little man. I'm not making a $70 million investment in our county, but I've been here a long time. I want to be here a long time. I want my kids to be here. I want them to drink good water that is not tainted. I mean, this is, again, I want to overstate, this is the generational impact for me. I think the rules and the conditions put in place, even if they follow all of them, to get some of your questions, are not adequate. There was not reasonable understanding of what these issues were. I'm concerned about not being heard. I mean, I get there was processes that happened, without me being, but despite the letters and testimony, I still have no details to trust of, hey, this will, that these will be mitigated. The questions of traffic has been brought up. I mean, right, there was a mitigation put in place that the road has to be improved. Well, we've already discussed and admitted that no one's going to control that traffic, right? Why wasn't it put the other way where traffic is likely going to flow? Because it's 0.7 miles longer, right? I mean, there is holes here in this analysis brought to you before, and I want you to recognize that while yes, everything was met, the conditions still have holes in them, and I want you to be aware of that. On the SCIBID, South Columbia Basin Irrigation District, their approval was if mitigated. Well, what are the mitigations of that? Again, lots of trust being asked. Everyone approved, saying if mitigated. Well, we still don't have any of the details on what if mitigated means. And again, what is the recourse of me as a small farm right there when that doesn't happen? When trees die, when fruit is recalled because of a contamination, where am I coming to the county? Where am I supposed to go when my rights as a pre-existing farmer change? Again, I'm pro-dairy. The dairy that exists there today, I'm living with those risks and I'm comfortable with that now. I can't do anything about that even though it's adversely affecting me. But I can speak for my rights of an expansion of this magnitude. Even if they raise, 1,000 cows every year, whatever it may be, it's still negative to me, and I would appreciate you hearing and understanding that. I guess the comments, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, again, their website specifically points us to what my options are as a orchard farmer trying to reduce bird impact. It's to remove food sources, right? You can trap them, you can, starlings aren't protected, you can shoot them, but it points to removing habitat and food sources. This does exactly the opposite. So I don't see any recourse to me. I mean, sure, I could net my whole orchard, but that costs, what, $500,000? I mean, there's no commercially viable option for me to protect myself from the negative impacts that this would bring. I guess, lastly, again, the plan, the flies, odor and pests, integrated nuisance management, all of that is great. We're asking to trust that, but nothing addresses birds. And I guess back to Wes, I appreciate you making the comments about, the Planning Commission, Mike recused himself, which is the right thing to do, right? That was as a party. But that also should be noted, and this was brought up in that meeting, that meant our area of the county was not represented, right? So it was right for him to remove himself. I don't have any issue with that. But who would be advocating for that area of the county was not there to represent us. So again, it's very easy to vote a large dairy to be put in someone else's backyard. But, we don't want dairies next to, it's easy for the Planning Commission to say, hey, I'm good with this because it doesn't affect me. You know, Clint, you brought this up about the character of the land and being more objectionable. Well, yes, it is more objectionable. I get that we have a right to farm, but the character of this area, and has been for decades and decades, is orchards and small dairies, and it does not fit that character. So I'd ask you to take that into account as you consider your vote today. I guess the last thing I wrote down is, there's testing on water initially. That word initially was used. And I think, great, let's make sure our water is in spec initially. But as we've seen in the lower Yakima Valley and other areas, after so many years, water has been tainted. And I'd ask, what is my recourse then once that has happened? So I appreciate everyone's time today. I think that gets to everything that I wanted to share. But the last big question is, again, birds has not been addressed, still not been addressed. Any questions for me?
Questions?
Just statements.
Yeah, summary statements.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appeal 2026-04 by Landon Rowley.
Thank you. I just want to appreciate, I guess, first this chance to have a rebuttal here a little bit. I want to reiterate something that our lawyer friend has said, that this is a process. They're not going to initially come out and put this 9,500 cow dairy out there, but that's not what this process of slow growth, that's not what we're here to approve. We're here to approve the CUP for this 9,500 cow dairy. And it's to say that we're going to, start out small, I mean, great, thank you, but that's not the end goal. And we're shooting for the whole shooting match, and that's what we're getting here, looking for approval for, which is that impact that we are countering, saying that we do not want. We have been, our families have been farming out here and in farming industry for over 64 years, and here in the Columbia Basin since 1980. And I'm just working with government right now. It's a little bit slow. And in our industry, in the cherry industry, there are some things that we are still waiting for 2.5 years later for responses and from things that have been requested. So just to get a request and nothing submitted back doesn't necessarily mean that there is nothing to be said or nothing that could be done in reference in regards to the fish and wildlife with birds. And I agree with Jeff. Birds are a big deal. We spend the same as Jeff does, thousands and thousands of dollars on bird protection for our orchards that are next to those dairies, with multiple different mechanisms to try to do that. But does it help? It helps. Does it eliminate it? No. And a dairy of this magnitude only amplifies that significantly. So I would ask you, as you consider this dairy, to consider that. As has been mentioned, our area is characterized by, specifically in the North Franklin County where we are at in Basin City, small farms, small dairies, orchards. We are not big corporate mega dairies or others. And I think that small family farming in our world today, as Jerem mentioned, is going away. And as in our lawyer friend here said, that this is the new world of dairies. And this is kind of the new expectation. This is how it's going to be, but not in our area. We don't want that. We want to fight for the small farmers. We want to fight for the orchardists. We want to fight for our families to have a good life like we have had growing up. It was mentioned that, and I would seek clarification on this, that the ruling in the RCW specifically states that it says no more than 2 dairies can be within a mile. Up until this point, that was new information that maybe we didn't understand or interpret correctly. But I know in our planning committee meeting and the hearing that we were under the assumption that there could not be 2. And regardless, the effects of the larger dairy coming in would drown the smaller existing dairy that is there. The number of wells, I believe it was mentioned that the wells that are on this unit qualify for agricultural use or exempt wells. We have a well that is regulated by the county, by the ecology department, and we get an approximate 10,000 gallons per hour. It has a capacity to do that out of that one well, and that's a 6-inch well. And with those wells that are up, even with that well, with those 2 wells, how in the world are they going to get that pumping power? And that's something to consider. And that one that we have there, it's a public well, so it's publicly regulated, and it's on one of those 58 wells that's documented in the website for the Department of Ecology. There's been mention of some homeowners. I'm a homeowner in that area, and I'm also building a new home within 1.5 miles of this location. And I know my parents live on Buffalo Road, and we've had several that live and have testified here today that live on Wahluk Road. The value of our homes is going to go down. The resale value of trying in an area where you're surrounded by that dairy, the value will go down. So what's going to happen to those homes? What's going to happen to our value of those homes? What recourse is there for me? What settlement could we get? Well, who do we talk to about that? Where do we go? That is going to change the potential lifestyle and investments that we have made. And that hasn't been addressed. The comment has been made that there are 30 considerations, which is unprecedented. Those words were used. And I think that's something that should be considered heavily when we are considering whether or not that this should be able to pass and come into our area, is that there are 30 considerations. And within those 30 considerations, like has been previously mentioned, there's a lot of this needs to be, must have this, and must have this, and must have this, but there's not a lot of background information to what that is. What does that actually entail? And we've agreed to that. They've agreed to that. Okay, yeah, we'll do that. We agreed to what? We don't even know what that is. That's something to consider. But just the fact that this is something that is huge and monumentally different in our area, where we have to come up with 30 different considerations just to even consider it, I think that should be considered. Outside of that, I just close with, I appreciate you, commissioners, hearing us and taking your time to consider the issues that we've presented today. And I close with that. Thank you.
Yeah. Appeal 2026-05 by Tyler Hawkins.
Thank you. I'll try and be brief. I just want to reiterate things that have been said already by multiple, to consider the character of the area that this is proposed in, consider the number of conditions. I think that's an indicator of this is not a good location because of the number of conditions that the planning or the staff saw necessary in order to go this area. I think that's a pretty good indication that it shouldn't go there because of the number of considerations it takes. There's probably a better place in Franklin County. And I think this has, as has been stated, multi-generational effect, and would ask you to consider that today. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Does any commissioner have any questions of any appellant, applicants, representative, or staff?
I have a question for Wes. Mr. McCart, this is all set in stone for 9,500 cow herd. Is there any way this could be adjusted to a lesser degree of number so that there can be some trust that is developed in this community by the dairy operation and the community that they are going to, and can we get birds added into this? Because we are hearing that these birds, and I know this for a fact, are very detrimental to orchardists, as in particular cherries.
Okay, so there's two questions there.
Yeah.
One is the whole idea of could we limit the conditional use permit? That's what's been applied to. I know you can approve, you can deny, you can modify the conditions. I would have you defer to your legal counsel related to whether or not you could limit what the applicant is asking for. I don't have an answer to that. I'll answer the second one, which was the birds issue. Again, you could add a condition related to birds. We searched as staff. Again, we took the extra mile to try and reach out, figure it out. We even did an internet search to see if there was any type of mitigation measure that would be appropriate for birds. We were unable to find one that, or really any evidence in the record other than, feed brings in birds, that really led us to what that nexus would be that got us there. So, with lack of any specific information as to what that mitigation measure is, we just didn't feel it was, it may be an issue, but it's not an issue that we had a solution or a mitigation measure for.
And if I could chime in, Commissioner Didier, I don't believe we could limit what the applicant is proposing. There's just nothing in our code that would allow us to condition the proposal in that manner, and there's no limitations really in our code in terms of what the applicant can apply for. Obviously, they have to do it through the conditional use process, which has these sort of general findings that we have to make, but there's no real specific requirements that could limit that. And the same would go for the birds. So it could be something you might be able to limit through SEPA, but again, you need something in your code. You need some sort of policy somewhere that could do that. And we're well past the point in the SEPA process where we could be conditioning on that basis. So I think I would agree with Wes that we're kind of at the approve or deny stage at this point.
No more questions.
Mr. Brown, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McCart, a couple of questions. Could you clarify, the applicant's counsel described that no more than 2 dairies could be within that 2-mile radius. If I understood, based on his description, there could be 2 dairies in excess of 1,300 head within a 2-mile radius.
That is the way that I am interpreting the code. Yes, sir.
Thank you. And then to one of the appellate's concerns with mitigation measures, would you describe to some level what the process would look like? The example is Skibbed, South Columbia Basin Irrigation District. So I have open here. They're laid out. They have 5 different areas of concern, and so the next phase in the process, I don't believe that if we were to pass this today, that the applicant gets to go and just go to work and do this. There's a completely another process wherewith that you have to go through in order to verify and confirm that you are meeting these mitigation measures. Would you describe, in the case of Skibbed, what those measures might look like and what that process is?
So in a lot of cases, I know in their proposal, they're proposing to tear down a lot of structures. And they're proposing to build some structures. Before we would even issue a building permit for the loafing sheds, we'd be looking to make sure that that the cow numbers that they're that they've currently got and expected to get with their building permit would have the appropriate mitigation measure in place already, and we receive a copy of that. And in the case of Skibbed, we'd probably reach out to make sure that they were good with it before we'd issue the building permits.
That you spoke directly to what my question really was. If where is the balance of Skibbed says do this, the applicant doesn't want to do it to that level, they'd like something different. Where does that balance lie? Does Skibbed have the control of they don't sign off on the permit?
Well, they have jurisdiction over their own pipes. So just like Ecology would have jurisdiction over the permits they issue, it would be up to them to enforce their own piece to that. Or we would just be looking to make sure that they complied with the mitigation measure in place before we issued the building permits.
And so if they did not agree with the applicant's mitigation measures as proposed, and they did not sign off on, then the building permit would not be issued and progress could not continue.
That's correct. We don't issue permits that are dependent on another agency without the agency signing off on it.
I feel like you're wanting to chime in on something.
No, I would agree with Wes on that. So we typically, I mean, this is a CUP, so once they have this, they're approved at this point, they go forward with it. I guess if there were any issues with Skibbed's approval or, violations of what Skibbed requires, they could issue a complaint to us just like anyone else could with respect to violations of the permit conditions, and then we could have a hearing on that to determine whether or not there's a violation, and if so, what the remedy would be.
Thank you. That's helpful. And then you kind of spoke to it, but didn't really describe it the way that I was thinking of it. You kind of described a phased approach, as far as cow numbers and what might that look like?
Well, I'll use another dairy, for example, that has a CUP without mentioning any names, because I don't think that's appropriate. But there were a lot of large sheds that were going to be built, and the milking parlor was going to be expanded. So we kind of, we very seldom see folks come in. I mean, a lot of these structures are $1 million plus structures. We very seldom see people come in and plunk down, my plan is to build 20 and I'm building 20 at once. They normally will build 5 or 6. They'll add an expansion to their milking parlor. By then we can kind of estimate what the cow numbers are with that, and then they'll come back and build the next phase. It tends to be done in a phased approach, simply just a capital investment and trying to get a project done of that size and magnitude. In some cases, just doesn't warrant trying to do it all at once.
Thank you for that. The applicant did describe somewhat of that ramp approach or that phased approach. I don't know exactly where to look at it. Is there do you have that? Is that in the record of kind of what that might look like? Not in the record as presented. Okay. Thank you for that. Mr. Chairman, I think that's all of the...
Mr. Chairman, I have another question for Wes. First, sort of a statement as a hay farmer, alfalfa farmer. I'm pretty happy about dairies coming into our area because our commodity then becomes more needed. And I am a right to farm advocate in our county. But with this size of magnitude, does this go out of the agricultural realm and into the industrial realm with 9,500 head?
No, sir, in my opinion, it does not. It's still agriculture.
Okay.
Yeah.
With no more questions, we will now move into deliberations. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'd like to ask our council to describe what our role is in this being a quasi-judicial proceeding and the criteria with which that we need to deliberate and make a decision, if you're willing.
Sure. Yeah. So it's quasi-judicial. That means you're sort of sitting as an administrative capacity, not your normal role. And really, what you're looking at is whether or not the county should approve or deny the permit. We have a recommendation from the Planning Commission. So, and the Planning Commission's findings are that it's essentially consistent with our code, as Mr. Carmody illustrated in great detail. So the board would be, I think, needs to be focused on those, on making those findings or not making those findings. But those are the findings that, if you make all those findings, the permit should be approved. If any one of them is not found, then that could be a basis for denial. And I guess I would add on that that any findings should be based upon substantial evidence that's in the record. It was a closed record hearing. There were some deviations that would appear from that. So we're really looking at substantial evidence, which is, a quantum of evidence that a fair-minded, reasonable person would, be compelled to believe that particular fact. And so that's sort of what the standard is for the board to make its determination. So, just I would focus on the record, and I believe you guys have materials from Mr. McCart, but it's in our code too, Franklin County Code 1782080. Those are the findings we need to make or not make.
The only addition that I would make to Council Briggs' suggestion is to go ahead and have those deliberations out here in the open. If you have disagreements, or if you have, if you want to talk about it as a board, that this is the time to do that. So.
Discussion.
Sure.
Anything you want to state?
I'll admit that as Mr. McCart put this materials in our hands, and that I looked at it and thought about it, an increase of over 1,200% in herd size and operation is an extraordinarily large increase. As I carefully went through the record and researched and read and cross-referenced the materials the staff provided, the appeals to the Planning Commission's decision, and so forth, I appreciated, which I think was reflected in some of the questions that I asked today, as far as there is 30 conditions of approval that have been recommended to us, and while it might be easy to speculate, and we could all likely come up with examples of things that were required but that weren't enforced in different circumstances and in the past, it appears to me that these 30 conditions of approval and the 6 findings of facts are adequate to address the concerns and the conditional use permit that is in front of us. So that, I guess that would be my initial comment.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have a problem with the roadways. When it's stated in here, all truck traffic shall be restricted to the all-weather roads for the conditional use permit. It's already been revealed that it will not, and there's no enforcement there. We're not going to have any enforcement there. I think this is going to change the character of the neighborhood. We've got some neighbors that are very concerned about the values of their property. And the last is the concern over birds, and it's not even mentioned in here, and it was brought up at the hearing, the planning. And I would like to also point out that this was not a unanimous vote by the planning board. There was only 4 people that voted, and it was a 3-to-1 vote. Two members were missing. I would have liked to have seen a full house with the recusal of Mr. Crowlis. It would have been 6 people. That'd have been more convincing if it was a unanimous vote by our planning commission, but it was not. So there's where I stand.
I'll make another comment. As I listened to the different comments, read the appeals, and considered all the information that was in this record, I think it got us to a more complete process. And so I would say thank you to everyone that came and provided input and was a part of this process. We are a community. As you described, Mr. Hawkins, there is no enemies here. We are neighbors, and working together and figuring out how to coexist is very important. I would say that I do have areas of concern. Howbeit, as they described, that there's some pretty, Mr. Carmody described as the applicant's counsel, that there's some pretty extensive measures that have been recommended to be required on this project, and I feel like that the burden has been met with the conditions that have been proposed, and so I'd leave that for the moment, Mr. Chairman, if you had any.
I have no further comments, but I would entertain suggested motion or.
Oh, I'm not sure. Oh, yeah. Thank you for that. So I'd go through just a little bit here. I do find that adequate mitigation measures have been added to address health, environment, water, odor, noise, traffic, and road impacts, lights, flies, manure management, and nutrient issues within the proper nexus and proportionality as proposed in the 30 findings of fact. No standard mitigation measures for birds exist. As far as I'm aware, as far as been proposed, an appellant did not provide adequate information on the record to show that the dairy expansion would likely attract more birds or harm orchards beyond the conditions that already exist. No legal superior claim to possession of property was presented that would disrupt the covenant of quiet enjoyment to a neighboring property. The dairy separation standard under Franklin County Code 17.10.020 subsection B, subsection 1, subsection A has been met as far as I can tell. Under RCW 42.36, the appearance of fairness doctrine, the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners both addressed any issue of recusal before any hearing proceedings, and no subjection was heard as to anyone's participation in the hearing. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve Resolution 2026-173, denying the appeals of 2026-01, 2026-02, 2026-03, 2026-04, 2026-05, and granting a conditional use permit under file number CUP 2025-10/SEPA 2025-18 as recommended by the Planning Commission with the 11 findings of fact and the 30 conditions of approval.
I will second the motion. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate a lot of the concerns that have been had here today. I would agree with our Planning and Building and Economic Development Director that this is in the spirit of ag use and is not an industrial complex. And while that I certainly have concerns, I believe that with the proposed mitigation that has been proposed in this and following through with that, as well as with the extensive oversight of numerous other agencies, from the Department of Ecology, the Department of Ag, the Health District, and there's just a lot of oversight outside of this process that they will be required to continue to fall under, and inspections that will continue for the remainder of the operation of this dairy. I think this is proper for us to continue down this path, and would encourage our staff and wherever the concern lies, if it's traffic, that people would reach out to the proper agency. In the case of traffic, would be the Franklin County Sheriff's Office, and that we would move forward with this process and would recommend approval today.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
So we have 2 ayes and 1 nay. The motion passes. This hearing is now closed. Pardon me?
Take a few minutes.
I'll keep going. Commissioner updates, administrator updates, Mr. Danzel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make this as brief as possible. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, I'd like to provide you with a brief update regarding my activities and meetings over the past week. As we continue to streamline our operations and strengthen interdepartmental relationships, I spent a significant portion of my time meeting with various department heads and elected officials to ensure we are aligned on current project and long-term objectives. A particular highlight was my meeting with new Superior Court Judge Andrew Howell. I was very impressed by Judge Howell's proactive approach and his immediate desire to connect with this administration. He expressed a strong interest in establishing a direct report with this board, and specifically asked that I relay his request to meet with each of you one-on-one in the near future. So wanted to, that's the new appointed judge, Judge Howell. Great conversation with him. Comes from Montana. He and I both discussed how bad we are at fly fishing, so it was interesting. But I think you'll enjoy getting to know him, and I thought it was really indicative of a great approach to take that, just to call out of the blue and ask to be added to my agenda to be able to come and introduce himself. So I want to say thank you. Met with Mike McCall at HAPO to discuss ongoing issues. Finally, I focused on refining our administrative processes to improve efficiency and transparency. Met with the accounting team in the auditor's office to review our current financial standing, and more importantly, to finalize an updated checklist that when we get to correspondence, I'll talk about in further detail. Given the recent organizational changes we've implemented, I felt that providing a clear standard reminder of the requirements for being placed on your agenda, gentlemen, was a worthy and necessary step to ensure you have all the information you need for decision making, but also that the folks that are trying to get put on the agenda also have the information about how to go about doing that, because we have added a few policies that we just need to tighten up, and with adjustments and change come adjustments and change. To wrap up, I met with our counsel, Jeff Briggs, as well as our outside counsel. A couple other notes. Next week, I know Tim Kelly is looking forward to presenting America's 250th birthday PowerPoint presentation to you. It's fantastic, and it kind of leads into another issue, which is, in speaking with department heads, what I would like to do from here on out is maybe have 2 of them at each meeting come in on a rotation and give even a short update to the Board of Commissioners that you could maybe ask questions to, so that you have a better understanding of all the things that are going on throughout the county. And so that's going to start immediately. We'll start having our department heads that work for the commissioners come in and give updates on a rotation. So wanted to let you know about that. And then finally, I had a request from Laura Stark from Public Works, and they have been exempted from the hiring freeze. And with with it being seasonal work time for chip sealing, for a lot of the road maintenance, we're asking if they're still under they're okay to go ahead and hire. And I wanted to get a consensus from the group, but I'm sure that you're okay with us getting folks out there to chip seal our roads. Okay, very good. Thank you very much. So that was my report. And then, of course, anything that you all have. Oh, one last thing I feel is incredibly important, and we need to have it sooner rather than later. I believe that we need to have a workshop with the judges and Office of Public Defense as it and the county commissioners as it pertains, and the prosecuting attorney's office as it pertains to OPD. And I think if we don't have some sort of a holistic approach on this, we're going to go broke in every area. I think we have to get on the same page as far as what are we going to do to schedule these things? And I know that's already taken place, but I don't think that we've reached for everything that we can. I think that there are ways that we could save money. I think that for example, there's no litmus test being utilized right now to see if the folks are indigent in a lot of cases. And so if you study that, if you study what it costs, what wages you have to make in order to be able to qualify for OPD, I think there's a real high likelihood that very, very many people would go above and beyond. And I don't think I know for a fact we're not even looking at that. And so I would recommend that. And I'd recommend having the tough conversation and saying, this is not going to be one where we can silo information and just doing our own thing and staying in our own lane. This is a consideration that was thrown at us by the Washington State Supreme Court, and that we have to get together as counties and figure out what we're going to do to be able to obligate fulfill that obligation. But just staying in our own lane, I don't think that's going to lead to a win. So I think that that's something that we need to do, and that really is my last of my update. I apologize for rattling on.
Commissioner Bauman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would agree with you wholeheartedly. You have an individual that is arrested in Franklin County by a Franklin County paid deputy, put in a Franklin County jail, prosecuted by the Franklin County Prosecuting Attorney's Office, defended by the Office of Public Defense in a court paid for by Franklin County. And if we don't collaborate and cooperate with each other, it's already getting out of control where we can't afford it. And I would wholeheartedly agree with you and look forward to that opportunity. This last week, had the opportunity to go out and drive around the new River Ranch Resort golf course that's going in. They're making tremendous progress out there, and it's impressive to see how much work that they've done out there. Attended the collective bargaining agreement meeting last week via Zoom. Had breakfast with Congressman Michael Baumgardner, and he will actually be in Connell. I believe it is next Monday. I would encourage anybody available to go and meet with him. And one of the things that's top of mind right now is the Snake River dams. There's 2 articles in the Capitol Press about the Snake River dams, and it was brought to my attention yesterday that there's a possibility that there's groups that have been working in defense of the Snake River dams that may have changed their position, at least in part, and that is of grave concern to me, that if we were to stop defending all 4 of the Snake River dams or the lower Snake River dams, that could be catastrophic for our community. I don't think that we can give an inch on that. Certainly, this administration has expressed their support and defense of those dams, and so I would encourage you to talk to Congressman Baumgardner about that. I attended the Columbia Basin Veterans Center Stand With Us Gala, and really appreciated that. It was a fun event. Appreciated learning about what the Columbia Basin Veterans Center does on behalf of our veterans, and had the opportunity to visit with a number of people about additional ways that we may be able to partner with them. And so look forward to those continuing conversations. Our community has more than 20,000 veterans that have served us or continue to serve us, And no, Mr. Briggs is an example that raised his hand and said he would stand between us and those that would do us wrong. So thank you, sir, for your service. Attended the Cinco de Mayo parade on Saturday here in Pasco. They said it was the largest one recorded, and it was large, and it went spent several hours down at Peanuts Park and enjoyed some of the food and had the opportunity to talk to lots of people in the community. Had a meeting with our juvenile court administrator in the PA's office. Met with our administrator in preparation for the agenda, as well as numerous other conversations. Also had the opportunity to correspond with Judge Howell, and am planning to have a meeting with him. I already spoke about the Snake River dams. And then here's a question that I'd like to pose is, would there be appetite or interest in having a Franklin County sponsored float for Franklin County employees and their families? And so just a thought to put out there. And with that, Mr. Chairman, that's my report.
Thank you. Commissioner Didier.
Yes, Jeff, Mr. Briggs, I'd like to ask first, did you check into the court commissioners election? Is there any possibility that as commissioners of this county, we can get those court commissioners on an elected policy?
No, no, we would have to, I believe, change the state constitution, and there's a statute regulating that. So, it's not anything that it would be a tall task, I think, to change that.
That takes the legislature over in Olympia, and we know we don't get along with them. So, would like to say on the OPD comment, Mr. Danzel, I will bring back the districts. We should be looking at not just working within our own county, but working with the other close proximity counties and creating a district for OPD, because then we're not in competition for the lawyers and we're up in the salary so high. That's what's killing us, is we're trying to outbid the other counties for these attorneys to defend. And if we create a district, we consolidate the counties so we represent many people. Farm machinery's on the road. I ask everybody to drive with caution. A lot of close calls out there. We've got a lot of equipment, baling, there's swathers, rakes, balers. There's a lot of equipment going up and down the road. Just everybody drive with caution. It is very dangerous out there on those farm roads right now. And the last thing is a bit of good news. The Farm Bill passed through the House. The Farm Bill has the Massey Prime Act in it. The Massey Prime Act is the fact that we now, with 9 employees or less, we can slaughter our own animals and we can sell it in the package. It will not have to have the USDA label on it, the way I understand it. This will give us more freedom with the beef that we produce to feed our local community. So that is a bit of good news. Thomas Massey got that in there, 4th representative from Kentucky, and he's a farmer. So that's the end of my report.
All right, thank you. Now, last week had several meetings with County Administrator Mr. Danzel on the agenda, and that's pretty much it. So, do we have any correspondence?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. We do have correspondence. So first off the bat, the incoming correspondence includes a letter from Mr. Patrick Sneed, Regional Director with the Coalition Against Bigger Trucks. Just want direction on what you want me to do with that. It's in your binder. It's under correspondence. All of these should be, with the exception of one, might not be, but we'll pass it down if not. Just wanted to know what your thoughts are on that. You will also see a response letter from Benton County regarding the letter I sent as directed from our last meeting, included in the correspondence portion of your binder. And you'll also see the letter that I sent to Mr. Rasmussen. So I want to make you aware of that. On the administrative side, we've created an updated document that outlines, it looks like this right here. It outlines the policy, or the process for getting placed on the meeting agenda, given the many policy changes we've seen over the last year. I've included a checklist to ensure there's no confusion for anyone making a request. discussed. I believe updating these policies is a positive step, but I ask that you look it over. If there's anything that you'd want to add or subtract, to let me know so that I can get the final version out. A good example of this would be if we had at times talked about the commissioners wanting the commissioners to either sponsor anything that goes on the agenda, or however you want to do that. If you want that added in here, just let me know. But I thought it might be worthwhile to kick around before I send it out to the greater good, for the greater good to the whole entire county. And I want to thank Jeff, Council Briggs, for that too. He asked, hey, since there's been so many things that have changed, maybe a good idea would be to be able to send something like that out. So just a big thank you for your help on that. Then moving forward on the, let's make sure I'm not missing anything. Perfect. Okay, additionally, you have a letter from Prosecuting Attorney's Office. Now that Gray Blair has passed the bar exam, the office is formally requesting to hire Gray as an attorney, transitioning them from their current role as Public Records Officer. So if you're going to do that, which I think everybody here had intended on with the previous resolution, what you would need to do is add a action item to the agenda, and then move it second, have debate, and have your vote on it. But just wanted to put that out there, that we did receive that from the Prosecuting Attorney's Office. And finally, we have, and I wanted to make this available, we've compiled, and it's at the back of the room. I've got copies of all of them here, but I've compiled, a collection of resources from Benton Franklin Legal Aid. These are intended for community members facing family law situations, and we now have those copies ready for those who need them. I think that you'll likely to hear that folks have maybe already been there before, but I think that providing resources is never a bad idea. So anyway, those are at the back of the room, and I've got a whole copy of one-pagers here, both in Spanish and in English, so that folks that can read no matter what their language is. So, and then we have a late arriving piece of correspondence that I don't know if you've had the opportunity to take a look at, but if you could take one and pass down, and it's from American Board of Trial Advocates. So anyway, those are the pieces of correspondence that I had.
All right, thank you. We will now move on to public comment. Is there anyone in the room for public comment? If so, please come forward, state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name's Michael Rowley. Been a resident of Franklin County for 44 years. Live on Buffalo Road. My house is 1.2 miles from this presented dairy. I never received any notification on it because your laws said within 1 mile. I've farmed in Basin City for 44 years. And quite frankly, I think Councilman Bauman and Councilman Mullen, you just threw us under the bus. I'm very disappointed in your vote today. You probably have destroyed my business. And if you look over the amount of money that I've invested and spent in the last 44 years, it would be more than what this dairy is bringing in. You know, they said they're bringing in $70 million. I've invested more than that in this county in the last 44 years. None of us are opposed to a dairy, but I don't want it in my backyard. How many of you want a dairy right behind your house? I don't appreciate that you threw us under the bus and that the biggest concern was birds. I'm an orchardist. I have 600 acres of orchard that are within 2 mile radius of that dairy, proposed dairy. It will completely destroy my business. And I just want you to know that I'm extremely and deeply disappointed in your decision today, and I think it's the wrong one, and I hope that there's a process that we can appeal this and that you would change your minds in the future. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am not going to lie. As a business owner, a small business owner, I am disappointed in the decision that was made today, because we have families that are literally on the, they're very likely going to lose their business, and that's not okay. I own a gutter company, Gutter Girl. If you bring a bigger company into my backyard, I'm going to struggle, because the services that they can offer and the amount of money they have to buy things in bulk and to do so much more is just going to destroy a business. So I am a little bit disappointed. And I hope that you guys can look into the decision that you've made today. And, you know, I do pray that we have a plan in the event that families start suffering, because these are our people. And that's exactly why I have been coming to these meetings, to speak up for my people. And these should be your people too. So I do want to let you know also that over the weekend, I was at the Cinco de Mayo parade, and I was letting everyone know what's going on in our courthouses, and this isn't going to stop. I'm going to keep educating my community. The things that are happening in family court are not okay. Re-elections are coming up. People need to get involved. And I also did a survey of all these nonprofits that I've spoke about last week. Domestic violence in particular, over 60 people reached out to me that they've reached out to them and they never helped them. They never answered their phones, or they gave them phone numbers that they called for weeks and months on end and never got a response. They're getting almost $2 million in funding. I did a quick research on SARC, and did you know that SARC also is another nonprofit that, since Norma Rodriguez has been on the bench, has been operating at a deficit and has been getting more money than it's ever received? We need to get this under control, and we need to follow the money. I'm not getting paid to do this. I'm doing it because I love my community. And this needs to be under control. And yes, we are going to suffer if we don't get this under control. There's a lot of programs that don't need to exist, and a lot of people that are getting paid for not doing their work. I could not operate a business if I wasn't doing the job that I'm hired to do. Why are we paying others to just sit around and do nothing? I personally called Domestic Violence Services, left a message. It has been more than 5 days. I still have not received a call back. This is not okay. And I know these are resources that, as the community, we think that we're doing good by providing funding, but this isn't going to the people. And I want that to be very clear. Thank you.
I just have one other closing comment. We could not bring up any other additional information in our last hearing. Now this is open, so I'm going to just say something. I've done some quick numbers. There was a CAFO hearing that was done from a company in Royal City, 2012, and they were found guilty for contaminating their drains. There is going to be 1,140 pounds of manure produced every day by this 9,500 cow herd. Where are they going to put it? Their regulations and everything that we've talked about today that you just approved are for those drains and area for that plot. But doesn't do anything for the fields that are next door, where they're going to be storing all of this manure, where they're going to be distributing all their manure, and there are still drains there. All of the nitrates, all the bacteria, all the everything that's going to go there is still going to get onto our fields. Thanks to you. And I don't think what you had said before with their CPU, the considerations consider that, because it considers what it is right there, not where are they going to be distributing it. What are their contracted fields are they working with? And I can tell you they're already planning on that next field, and they're putting it on the other fields. But all the CPUs are for that one 200-acre block, which is disappointing. But now hopefully you're a little bit fully more aware, but 1 million pounds of manure, that's a lot of manure every day. Where are they going to put it? Thank you.
Anyone else in the room for public comment? Again, I'll try to be brief. It just seemed, Chairman Baumann, that statement you made was canned and decided before you heard any comments today. Maybe it wasn't. That's an assumption. I realize I'm making that assumption. And disappointed, obviously, in your decision, but we'll go from here. But I just wanted to express disappointment in that and the considerations that you did make, and I guess thank you for the time that you've had here today. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else in the room for public comment?
You can guess what I'm going to say, but specifically, I am disappointed deeply. I think you can hear and feel that, and through every step of this process, there has been no one supporting this outside of the two parties involved. I think that's worth noting. Again, with the birds, very disappointing because there are measures and they were not looked into. We talked about things that we do to deter birds. There's lasers, there's bird guard, there's nets, all these things. Fish and Wildlife recommends trapping starlings. Like, there's all these things. None of it was looked into, right? I mean, the best case is not have the dairy, right? That's better for me. That's better. Like, it can be mitigated. But I think that just exposes there was an extreme lack of effort in really trying to find a solution there. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room for public comment?
Andy Revis, you've seen me before. I wasn't planning on coming today. I knew it was going to be a big day. I was on my way to Benton County to court to stand with someone else. And I was listening here, and I heard a statement that Commissioner Baumann made, and I need to be cutting hay, but I came to talk. Commissioner Baumann, you talked, and you were tearing up about hearing a 39-year-old mother tell her 2-year-old child that she had to leave. I too lost a sister. I understand. That is why we have been coming week after week. These children that family court rips from their parents, they don't even get that opportunity to tell them, Mom has to leave because I'm dying. No, they get ripped away. My kids never got a chance to tell me goodbye. When Detective Steve Warren, who stood right out here less than 2 hours ago and said he never takes kids without a warrant, my kids never got to tell me goodbye. They were ripped from my wife's arms and taken without a warrant by Steve Warren. This is why I'm here. You mentioned, Mr. Baumann, you can see a broken arm. You can see a broken leg. You can have a GoFundMe for cancer. But as soon as CPS is involved or family court is involved, oh, they must be bad parents. This is why we are coming week after week after week. The corruption, and as I stated last week, the millions of dollars that Washington State has gotten from the Social Security Administration for my kids, it's a business model, and we've got to figure out what to do about it. And I feel for all these families that have the potential of losing income and a livelihood because of a mega dairy coming in. I'm a small farmer. Like I said, I need to be at home cutting hay right now. But no, I'm standing up for other people. And I farm. A neighbor came in, bought right beside my place, built a house, and then started complaining about me making hay at night. We've worked things out there, but they came into me. And that's what I'm seeing here. We've got the opposite effect. We've got this 9,500 cow dairy coming in, moving in and overtaking these families and their livelihoods. I see a problem there. I have no problem with ag, with dairies, but we need to consider everybody else around them and what the effects is having. As I said, I'm a small farmer. I own a small business. I understand both sides of everything that has been stated here this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room for public comment?
My name is Becky Rowley, and
I'm just, sorry, my heart's beating so hard. I'm a transplant to this area. I was an Army brat growing up. I was used to moving every couple of years. I got to see a lot of beautiful places. Thank you. I've lived a lot of places, and I married a farmer. And honestly, this is the most beautiful place I've ever lived. And it's because of the people. I have a deep love for America because of my dad's service. He was deployed several times. Anyway, long story short, in the future, if more situations come up like this, I would encourage you to take a little more time. I appreciate the work that you did. I was really impressed by those who dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's and were trying to follow regulations perfectly. I'm really grateful for that, but I do feel like there will be unforeseen consequences to having this mega dairy go in, and I'm worried about how it's going to be enforced when things fall short, because it will affect my family and this community I've grown to love. So yeah, just in the future, I would ask that we take a little more time, make sure we get it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room for public comment? Or anyone on the phone? Is there a need for executive session today?
There is, Chair, but would the board entertain a motion about hiring Gray? I know it was in our correspondence. We wanted to bring Gray on. She's currently the public records officer. We want to bring her on as our as a DPA 1, and that would be at a grade 20, step 1. So it'd be at an introductory grade and step for her role, or for their role. Sorry.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm fine if somebody will make a motion for it.
I was prepared under other business to make that motion. Would you like it now?
So
let's do it now so that everybody's not having to wait if we go into executive session.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I move that we amend the agenda and add a potential action item.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to accept the request of the PA's office that they presented in the letter, which would give them the authority to hire Gray from the public records position to the position of a deputy PA in the PA's office.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Is there a need for executive session today?
Yes, in RCW 4230-110-1I litigation, 10 minutes we would need with the board, myself, Mr. Danzel, administrator, clerk of the board, and Ms. Lloyd from my office.
All right, thank you. Time is 11:11. We'll go into executive session for 10 minutes at this point. Thank you.
it'll be for everybody here, same, everything.
We've come out of executive session. We're going to go back into executive session for another 10 minutes. Same people present. Thank you.
Thanks for the bruises. I need to get this to Wes. I'll get this.
He was standing out there.
Okay. Oh, Wes. Wes. My main man, Wes. Question from Commissioner Brown. Make sure that I get.
We're on.
We've come out of executive session with no decisions being made. Is there any other business for the good of the county?
There is, Mr. Chairman. I move to amend the agenda to add a potential action item to our agenda.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I move to delegate authority to our county administrator for the control of county-controlled web-based accounts.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. Is there any other business for the good of the county? Hearing none, this meeting is adjourned.